Well, hello, everybody. Welcome to night number 2, Friday night, indeed. So hope y'all are having a great Friday night. It's the weekend, y'all, and that's all that matters, I think, at this point. Welcome to the virtual star party, the virtual Texas Star Party 2021. I think most of y'all can figure out why we're having a virtual star party instead of an in-person one yet again in 2021. But alas, we are here. We've got a night packed full of awesome, fun stuff, guys. It's going to be great. We've got trivia, giveaways, talks, all kinds of really fascinating stuff tonight. It's just an awesome thing. My name is Will. I'll be one of 2 hosts tonight, kind of doing things for you guys. You can find me at my social media at Deep Sky Dude right there. And to my left or right or whichever it is on my screen, I don't even know anymore, Mr. Joe Califf, the president of the Houston Astronomical Society. You can find him at the Astro Joe right there. Joe, another night, man.
How's it going, buddy? I'm looking forward to this. Last night was an absolute blast. We went late into the night. We went really late, but it was fun every hour that we were there. Tonight we've got another wonderful schedule of guests and trivia giveaways and things like that. So I'm looking forward to kicking off the party here, Will.
Yeah, you know, we go late into the night as astronomers. That's how it goes, because astronomy in the daytime, you can only look at one star. But at nighttime, you can look at all the other ones, but they're both fascinating. So, you know, I'm not trying to play favorites or anything, but thank you, Celsa. You rock. We really appreciate you. And all of y'all watching out there, I see some familiar faces in the crowd. They're all avatars, but they're faces nonetheless.
Right.
Appreciate all y'all hanging out with us. All of our advertisers and friends, Sky and Telescope, Celestron, Explore Scientific, the Houston Astronomical Society is helping us out. So many people, and we were going to go through all of that as we go tonight. And basically, I think what we should do now, Joe, is we'll probably go ahead and plug the dates for 2022. If you want ultra dark skies, West Texas, and do the Texas Star Party next year, those are the dates. So, yeah. I don't know, Joe. Are you ready? I'm ready.
I'm excited. You know, I wish it was tonight, but you know, this is the next best thing to actually being there. You know, looking forward to April 24th of next year. It can't get here soon enough. You know, the good thing is it looks like we're turning a corner. Things are starting to look better, and barring anything kind of unforeseen or a massive meteor strike or anything like that, we should be out in beautiful West Texas next April.
I agree. Yeah. And so there's the dates, y'all. Get ready to register, which is, you know, coming up in like the November timeframe or so.
Right. Yeah.
It'll be here before y'all know it. I promise you. But get ready for that coming up, and just mark your calendar right now. Get the days into your boss. Be like, hey, I'm out of work these days. So go ahead and give me those days off.
Just request it off now, right? There's no harm in doing that.
Yeah, it's early. Get it in early. You'll be there hanging out with us on the upper, middle, or lower field, whichever you want. So those are the dates. And Joe, you know, Explore Scientific is helping us with this event, basically, you know, and so they've got an intro video. I think we should let them handle this next segment.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to their intro.
Hey everybody, Scott Roberts and Kent Martz here from Explore Scientific, and we're at the world-famous Texas Star Party. When are the dates again?
The dates are June 10, 11, and 12 in the evenings.
And you know, the Texas Star Party is one of the world's greatest star parties. Super dark skies out there in West Texas near Fort Davis. This is a star party that a lot of us love to get to for deep sky observers, astrophotographers. It's beautiful and a really friendly staff. We think you'll love it. The main thing about the Texas Star Party is that you know, the camaraderie. You've been to the Texas Star Party.
I haven't been to the Texas Star Party. I've been to McDonald Observatory in Fort Davis, but I've never been out there.
Right.
But folks, it's dark out there. If you ever get a chance, you need to make the trip.
That's right. Yeah. We'll see you there. We're here for the virtual event, and we'll be showing you lots of stuff. Stay tuned.
I see the comment, Kent and Scott, true cowboys. That's right.
Yeah. Hey, they're dressed for the part, right? If nothing else. You know, it's a wonderful welcome that we got from them. They've been wonderful supporters of this whole event, and we couldn't do it without the help of the Explore Scientific folks. And, you know, they alluded to something in that video that is absolutely true. You know, I think what separates the Texas Star Party from all the other star parties out there is the camaraderie. It's wonderful being out there with 600 of your closest friends under really dark skies in the magical West Texas Big Bend area. And, for those of you who've never been out to Big Bend, it is unlike any other place in the world. When you're out there, you're thinking, hey, I'm going to this desolate desert place. There's so much to do. And what we do at the Texas Star Party really doesn't happen unless we're in the Big Bend region. So, Will, I figured we would share something with folks to let them know really what Big Bend was all about.
Let's do it.
There's an old adage by William Blakely that says, Texas is neither southern nor western. Texas is Texas. And for anyone who's been to the Lone Star State, they know that the different parts of Texas are just as varied from one another as we are from our neighbors across our borders. Whether you're deep in the thicket of the piney woods, in the lush marshes of the Gulf Coast, in the plains of the Panhandle, or on the limestone cliffs and caverns that can be found in the hill country, Texas landscape is more varied than those of many countries. But no region seems to capture the true essence of what Texas is more than Big Bend. Though people may think of West Texas as a desolate place, it's a destination that folks come from around the world to visit. Big Bend National Park saw almost 500,000 visitors in 2019 alone, with people coming in from all corners of the world to take part in world-class hiking, biking, water activities, or to take in the natural beauty that is like no other place in the world. Big Bend also boasts some of the best dining destinations and international festivals anywhere around. But for astronomers, the Big Bend region is unique and unlike any other in the United States. When the sun goes down, this landscape is transformed into something that cannot be described until you've looked up into the Big Bend night sky and gotten lost in the heavens above. Very few places boast skies as dark as they are here, and on a cloudless, moonless night, the Milky Way can shine bright and stretch from horizon to horizon. And as the song Deep in the Heart of Texas goes, the stars at night are big and bright, and nowhere is that more true than here. For those looking to peer through their telescopes in order to unlock the mysteries of the cosmos, Big Bend is more than just an international destination, but rather, it's our gateway to the universe.
It truly is a beautiful area out there, man. I think you really captured that in that piece, dude. Great job.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Will. And, anybody who goes out there for the Texas Star Party, the first time they're there, they look up at that night sky. It's amazing just how many stars there are and how easy it is, even for somebody like me or you who knows the night sky, to just absolutely get lost in the dark skies there. So it's a wonderful, beautiful place.
Yeah, even a seasoned observer like Larry Mitchell couldn't find Virgo the first couple of times.
Hey, I know. I didn't feel so bad the first time I went. I couldn't find the Big Dipper. So
yeah, what is that? Yeah. So, and that's why we go out to the Texas Star Party. That whole area, the Big Bend, West Texas area, is a beautiful place. If you haven't been out there, you're not doing yourself any favors. It's really, really cool. And Joe's video is a great capturing of that. But y'all, tonight we have a lot of crazy, awesome stuff going on. We've got the one and only Stephen J. O'Meara on with us tonight. And he's going to talk to us about astronomy in Botswana.
Yeah.
And most of you are like, what? Like, just wait. I promise you it's going to blow your mind. And we also have Dr. Karl Gebhardt, Joe.
He's going to be live with us in the broadcast studio. So looking forward to hearing from him. He's doing a lot of fantastic work with the Hobby-Eberly telescope so that they can, figure out why the universe is expanding as quickly as it is. So that should be a wonderful, wonderful talk. So stick around for that tonight.
Yeah, and I think probably what we should do now is I don't know, it's Central Time. We should probably get on Texas Star Party time. What do you think, Joe?
I think it's TSP time.
Let's do it. I feel it. I think
I do too.
I think we're on Texas Star Party time. And for those of y'all that are wondering, those are clips taken by myself and others of the Texas Star Party while it was happening. And you can do that too. You just have to go, and bring your iPhone or something to film it with. And you too can have video of the Texas Star Party, which is an amazing place, Joe. Again, we're doing this because we love the Texas Star Party.
Right.
We miss being out there. And, but we've got some fun stuff, man. We've got, all kinds of guests. We've talked about that. And I think we're going to do a trivia thing at some point tonight, right, Joe? Maybe we'll do it right now. I don't know.
One of the things about TSP that I love the most, aside from the dark skies, the awesome telescopes and everything else, are the prize giveaways. And so we figured, hey, how do we bring that kind of experience to everybody online? And we figured we'd do a trivia contest giveaway. So what we wanted to do tonight to get everybody in the mood is get you ready with a practice quiz, basically. So we're going to do this practice quiz. Anybody who's got a smartphone, smart device, or even your laptop can participate in this. We want as many people jumping in as possible. Remember, this is just the practice quiz. We want everybody to get used to what this is like. Set down a few ground rules so we can make sure prizes go to the appropriate winners, and then just have fun. So this practice quiz has 2 questions, and I want as many of you folks in here to participate as possible so that you get that hang for it, right? So what I want you to do as we go in here is we'll go over the rules real quick. You're going to be prompted to log in. It may give you a name like Metal or something else like that. Please put your real name in there so that we know who to get the prizes to. Don't just click join quiz or put something cute in there. Use your real name. Last night, we decided to go with 15 seconds for each question. Tonight, we've upped it up to 20 seconds per question. So you have 20 seconds to answer each question. If you get the question right, you get points. If you don't get it right, you don't get any points. However, because there are going to be a lot of people participating, the more quickly you answer the points, the question, I should say, the more points you actually get. So faster answers get more points. If you take a little bit longer to answer, you'll still get points, but not as much as those who answered more correctly. And even though at the very end, we're going to show the winner, the top 3 places get a prize tonight. So hang in there. We're going to get through the contest, and then we'll announce the top 3 winners at the very end of, afterwards, and that should be a blast. So is everybody ready?
I'm ready, Joe. I don't know about you.
All right. No, I am ready.
And I just put the Minty code in all the chat rooms. So it's right there. It's also at the top of the screen, right, Joe? 39060165.
That's it. So 2 ways to join. You can go to menti.com through a browser and use the code 39060165, like you mentioned, Will, or just open up your camera app if you've got a modern smartphone or something like that. Scan that QR code. That should give you an option to go to that link directly. So we want as many of you folks jumping in here as possible. I see we've got about a dozen folks in here right now. Let's give a little more time for folks to jump in.
I see the heart coming up. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nice. And yeah, we want to give everybody a chance to play. So, it's just a browser-based thing. You log in, and give us your real name. We're not going to be tracking you. We promise. We want to be able to get you guys to you when you win. So there are lots of cool emojis popping in.
Absolutely. So one of the things that we're going to do, I guess we'll just jump into it again. This is the practice quiz, so we want as many of you folks to get used to it. If you're used to it already, cool, then be ready to go when we do the real trivia quiz. So we're going to jump in right now. You ready, Will?
I am ready.
All right. So if you participated last night, these might be familiar questions, but what state is the Texas Star Party held in? Hawaii, Texas, Chile, or Giraffe? The state of Giraffe.
State of Giraffe, yeah.
Yes. You have 5 seconds left to answer. Get those answers in. Time's up. And everybody got it right this time. Last time we actually had somebody get it wrong. So yes, Texas is the home of the Texas Star Party. Glad everybody was able to get that. Yeah.
I was wondering, yeah.
And you'll see at the end of these questions, we'll get a leaderboard. So who answered this the fastest? Looks like it was Kelly Miller. So by result of answering the most the quickest, Kelly gets the most points. So 975 points. All right, here comes question number 2. And again, faster to answer gets more points. Who is the Hubble Space Telescope named after? Who is the Hubble Space Telescope named after? Is it Neil Armstrong, Albert Einstein, Kim Kardashian, or Edwin Hubble?
Oh, wow. I thought it was Tom Hanks.
No, that's a common mistake, though.
Yeah.
Right?
Wow.
All right, time's up. Edwin Hubble. Somebody did get. Okay, there's a wise guy in the room
all
there.
Right.
But that's the way it goes, right? We'll go ahead and advance slide here. We'll see who the winner of the test quiz is. And after it tabulates all the points here, looks like Debbie Moran is the winner. Congratulations, Debbie. Our good friend Debbie Moran is the winner. Unfortunately, we're not giving away a prize here, right? But, everybody hopefully gets a chance to figure out how this thing works, and it's going to be ready to go when we do the real thing in just a little while.
Right, yeah. And so get those fingers ready because the fingers, web browsers, whatever you got, because we're going to be doing that a little bit later in the show. So you're going to want to stick around. And we also have all kinds of other giveaways like door prizes and stuff, Joe, which is exciting. And I don't know, where do we go next, buddy?
Yeah, Texas Star Party is our favorite star party by far, but we also wanted to kind of give a salute to the other star parties that are out there, right? So I figured we'd just a quick nod to those others that are upcoming, and hopefully if you've got some time, you can give one of those star parties a visit as well. So first off, August 1st through the 6th is the Nebraska Star Party. Well, you and I kind of talked about this last night.
We did.
This place is, I've never been, and I think you said you've never been either, but this place is renowned for its dark skies and is a wonderful star party as well. So for anybody interested in going in early August, nebraskastarparty.org is the place to get more information. The Oregon Star Party is going to happen shortly thereafter, August 3rd through the 8th, 2021. You can get more details over at OregonStarParty.org. And then the world famous Cellophane Convention is August 5th through the 9th. So it looks like everybody else is getting started in early August there.
Oh, yeah.
Registration is now open. So if you want to register for that, go to stellophane.org and get all the information and registration content that you need. And then, Will, one of your favorites,
yes,
not the Texas Star Party, but one of your other favorites is the Okie-Tex Star Party.
That's right.
And that's going to be coming up in early October. Want to share a few things about Okie-Tex?
It's dark and it's awesome. Go to Okie-Tex. That's what I'll say.
Absolutely. So that's coming up October 1st through the 9th, 2021, okie-tex.com for more details. The Enchanted Skies Star Party. Again, another dark place happening in early October. So hopefully by then it's getting a little cooler at night. EnchantedSkies.org for more details there. Will, another one of our favorites. This is the last Star Party that both you and I attended officially last year. But the El Dorado Star Party is happening in early November. Actually, my birthday is going to be in the middle there. So that's a good reason to go celebrate my birthday.
There you go.
But ElDoradoStarParty.org is the place to get more information. Winter Star Party, our friends down in Florida did a wonderful job of doing the Winter Star Party online this year. But I've never been myself. I've heard the seeing is fantastic, thanks to the ocean right there. But that's going to be going on early next year, January 31st to February 6th. And then, last but not least, our favorite, the Texas Star Party.
The one and only.
The one and only, as Will had mentioned earlier, is going to be happening April 24th through May 1st, 2022. So TexasStarParty.org. Go ahead and get that loaded up in your browsers, because we're going to talk about a lot of things that you can see on the website tonight. But we're looking forward to that next year as well. So that's just a quick nod to some of our favorite star parties there, Will.
You know, and they're all great. It's always a challenge to figure out if it's going to work with the schedule and the logistics of getting all your gear out into the middle of nowhere, because that's where the darkest skies are. But I can promise y'all that it's something that you should do. Even if you only ever get to go to a couple of star parties a year or one, it's going to enhance your visual observing. It's going to enhance your astrophotography. It's going to enhance your connections that you make in the field. It's like I said earlier, it's the camaraderie. So get out to these star parties, y'all. It really will make you a better astronomer, a better amateur astronomer, whatever you want to call yourself. So just get out there with us, and we'll hang out.
Yeah, a lot of people show up, they bring a telescope, and they never look through their telescope. They're looking through other people's telescopes, which is one of the nice things about these star parties.
That's right. Yeah. And one of the cool things about all these star parties, or most of the star parties, I guess, is they all have door prizes. You know,
Yes.
A lot of people will stick to the end no matter the conditions. So then off chance they win a star chart from someone or something, a red flashlight or whatever. And I've been one of those people for the Okie-Tex Star Party 2018, I believe it was. It rained the entire star party, which was fun. But at the very end, there was a bunch of us that went to the giveaway, and you could tell that there was a lot of people that just stayed just to try to win. I didn't win anything that year, though, so it was kind of it's kind of sad. But
a bummer. Yeah.
We've got some winners tonight for the star
party. Do.
Now, the way this the door prizes work for this is if you were basically registered for 2019, 2020, and 2021, if you registered on the website for the Texas Star Party, you're automatically entered to win this giveaway. Okay. This is a way for us to give some of the fun stuff to our TSP regulars, the people that would have been out there in the deserts of West Texas, and a little nod to our friends here that we go hang out with. So this isn't necessarily a crowd participation giveaway, but we do have some winners, Joe, and I think we may have some info on that here.
Yeah, absolutely. So you hit the nail on the head, Will. Usually the Saturday night, the last Saturday night of the Star Party, is when we have the big giveaway. We're going to have more giveaways tomorrow, so be sure to stay tuned for that and join us tomorrow night. But Will kind of touched on these things. If you were registered to attend TSP in 2019 through 2021, you're automatically registered to win. It's a double random blind drawing. A lot of stuff happened in the background to make that happen. Registration list based on those years, 2019 through 2021, is randomized and sorted. And the prize list itself is randomized and sorted. And we put all of that together, and we've got some giveaways. So first door prize of the night is a Hubble Optics Hubble 5-star artificial star donated to us graciously by Hubble Optics. And the winner of that is Christian Wade of Kansas City, Missouri.
All right.
Congratulations, Christian.
Absolutely.
All right. The next door prize is a $50 Amazon gift card donated to us by the Texas Star Party themselves. So the winner of this $50 Amazon gift card is our good buddy, Tom Weidman from Great Bryan, Texas.
Look at that.
Tom Weidman, our good buddy.
the Weidmans clean up at Star Party. They win everything. If you're
Some people have all the luck, I guess, right?
If you're at a Star Party with these guys, don't even play the giveaway. You're not going to win. They're going to win it all. I promise.
Just take them to Las Vegas right afterwards, right?
Exactly. Yeah. It's very lucky. That's awesome, Tom. $50, bro. Just split it with me, okay, Tom?
That's it. Next door prize is a $50 AstroZap e-gift certificate. So anybody who's got telescopes, astronomy equipment, you need accessories, and AstroZap is a wonderful manufacturer and provider of those accessories. And the winner of this prize is Richard Bell, our good friend Richard Bell, who's the president of the Kalamazoo Astronomical Society.
Awesome.
Congratulations, Richard.
Very cool. Presidents all around.
All right. And door prize number 15, it already shows it there. A gift certificate for remote observing, winner's choice of either 3 hours of DSO time on a 500 millimeter, aperture scope, or 2 hours of DSO time on a 1 meter aperture scope. Wow. Or 1 hour of planetary imaging on a 1 meter scope. The winner of that is James Bardsley of Franklin, Tennessee. James, congratulations. I am jealous.
I am jealous.
And thanks go out to one of our advertisers, Chilescope, for providing this wonderful gift. And James, I'm sure you're going to really enjoy that.
That's incredible.
Okay, we're not done yet. Door prize number 16. Another $50 AstroZap e-gift gift certificate. I'm kind of want one of these myself, right?
Right.
AstroZap makes some awesome stuff. And the winner is George Lutch of North Richland Hills, Texas. Congratulations, George.
Yeah, congrats, George. He's a longtime TSP person and a good friend of ours. Yeah,
there you go. All right, door prize number 17, donated by one of our great partners through this whole event, Sky and Telescope. Sky and Tel has been absolutely wonderful, magnificent, letting us use their platform to stream. But they're also donating a Sky and Telescope Pocket Sky Atlas. And if you don't have one of those, it's indispensable. You've got to have one. But one lucky person tonight doesn't need to go out and buy it. They're going to get one for free. And that's Adam Gillard. I hope I pronounced that correctly, in Bloomington, Minnesota. So this is going all the way to the northern part of the continental 48,
nice.
U.S. here, the lower 48. Yeah, congratulations. Awesome. And last but not least, door prize number 18 here is a $50 Amazon gift card donated by, we got some folks that we know down at the Houston Astronomical Society.
Just a few.
And the winner of this prize is Bill Drelling from Alameda, California. So we're covering all parts of the United States tonight. Bill Drelling. There you go. Congratulations. And we'll reach out to everybody who's won a prize tonight to make sure that these prizes get in the right hands. So really excited about that.
Yeah. Congrats to all of our door prize winners. One thing I do want to mention right here at the end of that is that you can get these amazing shirts that we are wearing right now that Joe and I have on. Our producer, Don Sully, is in the background. He's wearing his shirt. Even though he's not on camera, he's got it on. This is a nice, comfortable shirt, man. I'm telling you, it's good quality. It's an awesome design. Chris and Christine Ober and Tara Krashansky, our t-shirt designers, did a great job. Basically, you go to texasstarparty.org, and then you can find the t-shirt online order. You fill it out and tell them what size and send in your money, and you too can have one of these t-shirts that we have. I know that, like I said, Joe and I have ours on. It's great stuff. We'll be wearing them for 3 days straight, washing them in between, I hope, Joe.
I hope.
But yeah, you guys can get those there. Don't sleep on these. These won't be available forever, and it'll be a way for us to, in 2022, when we all show up on T-shirt day with our COVID shirts on, it'll be a cool way to be like, yeah, we were on the thing with each other. Awesome. So get those. And we'll be mentioning those again as time goes on. So
that's right. And Will, I think we also have a few other things that were donated to us that we're giving away as auction prizes, right?
We do. And the auction is ongoing. So if you're not bidding, you're not doing yourself any favors here, y'all. The VTSP auction is on right now. And I believe I have a banner with the website here. Yeah, there we go. There's the website right there, texasstarparty.betterworld.org/auctions/VTSP auctions. Maybe if Dawn can hit the chat with that link so people could click on it. Basically, what this is, we have 2 auctions going on right now. I'll scroll down to them. We have a premium stay, premium cabin stay at the X Bar Ranch. It's a $500 value, guys. 3 days, 2 nights at one of their cabins of your choice. That's an amazing gift. I can tell y'all that I've been there many, many times, and it's definitely worth bidding on. If you don't win, hey, whatever. If you do win, dude, you're going on vacation. And the other one is the one and only Prude Ranch, where we normally have the Texas Star Party. It's a winter weekend stay at the Prude Ranch. Again, 2 nights, 3 days at one of their facilities there at the Prude Ranch in the mountains of West Texas, y'all.
Yes.
Amazing place. Bid on this because you could win and you could get an amazing deal on an awesome weekend. I don't know, Joe. I'm thinking I might have to bid just to do it.
Well, I don't know either. Actually, I do know. I'm bidding on both of them. So,
Yes.
these are the places where we have the Texas Star Party and the El Dorado Star Party. Again, some of the darkest skies in the lower 48. And, why not take advantage of that? Win one of these stays and take your telescopes out and enjoy the night sky there.
That's right. Yeah. And our friend Don, our producer in the background, who's helped us so much with this, Don, thank you again. Of course, he has dropped the link in all the platforms there. So that's the link. Go and bid on this stuff. And if you outbid me, I'll be upset, but I bet Joe will be the one who outbids me in the end.
No. But whoever wins, Will and I are willing to sleep on the front porch, if that's okay, wherever you're at. So, good luck to everybody bidding on those things.
Even if you don't ask, we'll probably be out there anyway. So definitely check on those. And and I mean, I guess what we should do, Joe, we should probably give away something to the people here that are live right now with us on all the different platforms, whether it be
absolutely
Explore Scientific, we've got Deep Sky Dude, my platform, we've got the Astro Joe, which is your platform, Sky and Telescope, Houston Astronomical Society, I said Explore Scientific. We've got a lot of platforms we're broadcasting out to, and Joe found us an awesome way to give away cool things like one of these T-shirts, and I think that's what we're going to give away now. Joe, why don't you tell us how we do it, man?
Yeah. So what we're going to do is use the hashtag Explore Scientific. We want to give a nod out to our good buddies over at Explore Scientific. But on whatever platform you're on, all the ones that Will listed, put in hashtag Explore Scientific anywhere there, and we'll start collecting all of those entries. And that's all you got to do. And we'll give everybody a couple of minutes to go ahead and get those hashtag Explore Scientific entries in. And we'll just run a complete random drawing, and whoever wins gets one of these fantastic T-shirts.
Yeah, and a real quick thing: while y'all are putting hashtag Explore Scientific in the chat, wherever you're at, and you're going to be entered to win. The auction does end in 1 day, right? And I think Joe, it's at noon, or is it? I can't remember exactly what.
No, 9 p.m. tomorrow night. So 9 p.m. Central tomorrow night. Make sure that you get those auction bids in, and like I said, these things are awesome. They're worth quite a bit. So whoever wins is going to be a pretty lucky person. And the thing is, the proceeds go to the to the Texas Star Party, so that we can continue to put on a wonderful event year after year.
Yeah, that's right. And they were graciously donated by the 2 ranches that we have 2 star parties at: the Prude Ranch, Texas Star Party, the X Bar Ranch, El Dorado Star Party. So thank you to the Prude. Thank you to the X Bar. And so while you guys are getting your hashtag Explore Scientific into the chat, I think we're going to turn it over to our friends at Celestron and let them, we're going to hear from them for a second. When we come back, I think we might pick a winner. Right, Joe?
Yeah, I think that should be enough time. Bear with me 1 second as I get this.
I see so many people dropping. Make sure you do it with no spaces, guys. I see a couple with spaces in it. Make sure it's exactly as you see it on the screen. Otherwise, the algorithms won't know who picked what. So make sure, and you only get one. You can put 50 in there, but you only get one.
You only get one. That's it. So we're going to hear from our good friends over at Celestron, and when we get back from the break, we're going to go ahead and give that T-shirt away.
Ready for a new kind of telescope experience? Unlock the power of your smartphone to help you navigate the night sky. Introducing StarSense Explorer by Celestron. It's fast, easy, and accurate. In minutes, you're ready to take a guided tour of the universe. First, dock your smartphone and launch the StarSense Explorer app. Unlike other astronomy apps, StarSense Explorer aligns precisely with your telescope and uses sky recognition technology to pinpoint its exact position in the night sky. Follow the simple instructions, and in seconds, the app generates a list of all the best objects currently visible in the night sky. Select an object from the list and follow the on-screen arrows to the desired object. As you move the telescope, StarSense Explorer recalibrates its position in real time. The bullseye turns green when your object is ready to view in the eyepiece. It's that simple. StarSense Explorer works anywhere in the world, no cell signal required. So whether you're in your backyard or a remote dark sky location, the universe is yours to explore.
From the time it took Voyager to leave the Earth and reach the edge of the solar system, I went from being a baby to a high schooler to a university graduate to a worker to a business owner, and now I'm a husband, a father, a postgrad student, a science communicator, a musician, a YouTuber, and a backyard astronomer. I've been lucky to reach this point to be able to buy some of the best equipment an amateur astronomer could dream of. But there's one thing I can't afford, and that's time. Astronomy has made me a more patient person, and the constant drive to get better and collect more data to capture the wonder of the cosmos is something I have to balance with everything else in my life. So when I see a telescope with a lower F number, I know that its value to me is far greater than money alone. A telescope's value is not just the sum of its parts. It comes from how much you can get it outside and how much you can get out of it. That's why I jumped to buy the Celestron RO Acumen Schmidt Astrograph 11. Its 620mm focal length at f2 allows me to capture the incredible southern hemisphere nebulae, sometimes within a single night, but always with revealing depth and signal. I've been shooting the universe with the RASA 11 for years now, and it's allowed me not only the satisfaction of sharing these unique views from my end of the world, but also to detect and track asteroids, which is an area I'd love to explore further. The RASA 11 easily crosses that divide between a consumer scope and a scientific research-grade observational telescope for discovery and analysis. The real limit for the RASA 11 is really how far I'm willing to take it, and it's nice to have a telescope that I won't outgrow for a long time, because time is the only thing we don't get more of.
Awesome ad segment by Celestron. Thank you guys over at Celestron. Such a great company, man. It's a household name. Just a company, you know, when you buy it, it's going to be good quality stuff. And it's never been the case, you know, that I haven't had a good quality piece when I bought it from Celestron. So love, and like Tom Weidman says, love our Celestron XYZ, man. That thing was when I saw that come out, I was like, this is it. I love iPhone astrophotography. I'm done. This is the last mount, and it's the first one I bought. Is still the one I have. It's amazing.
I bought a lot of things before that for iPhone astrophotography, and none of them work nearly as well as the Next YZ. I'm kind of curious. You use that StarSense Explorer yet? I've heard wonderful things about it.
Yes, actually, I have one of those little scopes, and
Yeah.
It is unbelievably cool. I'm saying that as a person who has a 22-inch Dobsonian. When you put your iPhone on there, it's plate solving. It's plate solving on your iPhone, and it is incredible. You can nudge the scope, and you see that reaction on your phone with the star chart. Absolutely amazing. It's definitely something y'all should look into if you're a beginner, or if you're just an expert and you want to wow the crowd at an outreach event. It's amazing.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think it's time to give away a T-shirt. So for those who haven't jumped in, whatever platform you're on, enter hashtag Explore Scientific and get your entry in for a chance to win one of these wonderful Texas Star Party 2021 T-shirts.
Yeah.
So, Will, I think we're ready, huh?
I think we have to pick somebody. I think it's the comments are in. I think somebody's going to win a T-shirt, and we'll see what happens.
Here we go.
Here we go. Look at all the names.
All those names coming in, and it's going to settle in on one person, and that person is going to win a T-shirt. That person is, I wish we had a drum roll, Celsa, our good friend Celsa. Congratulations.
Good friend of ours and a member of the Houston Astronomical Society, if I'm not mistaken. Very awesome.
She is, absolutely. So Celsa, if you wouldn't mind, email us at VTSP. Let's go ahead and flash that banner down there at the bottom.
There. I've got it somewhere. There it is.
There it is. Celsa, if you could email us at vtsp@texasstarparty.org. Give us some information about your T-shirt size, your address, things like that. We'll make sure to get that T-shirt in your hand. So congratulations once again, Celsa.
Amazing. Amazing.
Amazing. Exactly.
It's so fun to give away stuff. You know, I got a free shirt, so why can't I pay that forward? I promise you, Celsa, it won't be this shirt. So you don't have to worry about that. It'll be a whole different shirt. Never worn, promise.
Like I said yesterday, these are fresh off the runways in Milan and Paris. So it's the summer's hottest fashion.
High quality threads, y'all.
So, hey, we talked about Celestron earlier, another one of our sponsors, wonderful partner out there, and the manufacturer of exquisite astronomical equipment. You and I talked about the eyepieces that we have from Explore Scientific and how they're just top notch. You can put them up against anybody and they hold their own. Well, I figured we'd share some of that goodness about Explore Scientific with other folks as well. So pay attention to this.
Today we're going to talk about the apochromatic series of telescopes from Explore Scientific. The Apo series of telescopes have 3 pieces of glass in the front that provide great visual and astrophotography opportunities for the amateur astronomer. They range in size from the ED80 all the way up to the FPL-53 165 millimeter telescope. They come in the classic white tube as well as the spectacularly beautiful carbon fiber tube. There's 3 levels of glass. FCD1, which is the Essential series, the FCD 100 series, and the FPL-53 series of glass. Each one has their own benefits. They are all great for visual and astrophotography. For more details and to purchase these telescopes, go to explorescientific.com.
Yeah, and again, those are great scopes, man. My ED 102, which is apochromatic. Yeah.
Right.
Apo. Yeah, Apo is the way to go, y'all. So, they're worth it. I promise you, they're worth it.
Yeah, wonderful scopes, wonderful eyepieces, good folks that run that company, and we're just really thankful for their partnership in this whole thing, and give them a shout out. They do a lot of great stuff for the astronomical community as well. So,
absolutely.
Well, I'm really excited about our first speaker tonight. You and I had the opportunity recently to sit down with none other than Stephen J. O'Meara and talk to him about what astronomy in Botswana is like. And Stephen is well known and probably regarded as probably the best visual observer out there. He's done some pretty incredible things with the telescope, and I thought it was a fantastic interview. How about you, Will?
Yeah, it was amazing to be sitting in the same online room with Steve.
Yes.
And just to hear his talk that, in that context. And I mean, it's just amazing. The guy is a legend, especially amongst us visual observers.
Yes.
Discovering the spokes of Saturn's rings before we discovered the spokes of Saturn's rings. I mean, come on, y'all. That's like ridiculous abilities there. And he's in Botswana, Africa,
Yes.
doing some southern sky observing in one of the darkest places on the planet, which I'm sure is just the worst, right? Like an astronomer's nightmare being in the best place in the world for that. But no, it was a really awesome interview. And it's just so cool to be able to talk to him. If you've read Sky and Telescope at any point in your astronomy career, you've probably read an article or two by Mr. Stephen J. O'Meara. So I guess, Joe, do you want to just roll that, or do we have?
Yeah. All right, everybody. Thanks for joining us. And we've got a special treat today. We're joined by none other than Mr. Stephen J. O'Meara. And most of you have probably heard of Stephen, but if you haven't, he is a renowned visual astronomer, probably the greatest of our day. He's recognized for his legendary eyesight and observational prowess. Among his many astronomical achievements, Stephen was the first to sight Halley's Comet in its 1985 return and the first person to determine the rotation period of the distant planet Uranus. One of his most distinguished feats was the visual detection of the mysterious spokes in Saturn's B ring before the Voyager spacecraft imaged them. And I remember you telling us that story when you came to visit us at the Houston Astronomical Society. People thought you were crazy, and you ended up being vindicated there. Stephen has been honored with several awards, including the prestigious Lone Stargazer Award for setting the standard of excellence in visual observing, the Omega Centauri Award for advancing astronomy through observation, writing, and promotion, and for sharing his love of the sky, and the Caroline Herschel Award for his planetary discoveries. The International Astronomical Union named asteroid 3637 O'Meara in his honor. So we're pleased to have none other than Mr. Stephen O'Meara here with us. Stephen, thanks for joining.
Yeah, you're welcome. And yes, I wish I could be there in person. I so miss the Texas Star Party. And I hope we have a chance to chat about our memories too later.
Absolutely.
Because there's only pleasant memories. And I do have to say that personally, even though this has nothing to do with Barbara Wilson, I'd like to dedicate this to her in her honor. So I miss her. She was a driving force among the visual observers there. So, but today I'm going to be talking about Botswana in Africa, where I live, and I've been living here now for the last 8 years. And I was asked to give a presentation because some people were curious about what the southern stars are like. Also, what am I doing here? Why am I here? And so on and so forth. So I thought I'd give you a little rundown as to what's going on in my life, because I'm now a Southern Hemisphere observer. And first, I'd like to talk about where is Botswana. So we're in Southern Africa. And I think one of the most important things to understand and to distinguish is that we are in Southern Africa and not South Africa. We're an independent country. We have nothing to do with South Africa in the way of government or policies or culture, et cetera. So we're no different than having United States and Mexico. What are the similarities culturally? It's totally different. So, and we'll talk a little bit about that later, but it's a beautiful country, safe. Here are some images that you might recognize. For some, the #1 ladies detective agency book is set in Botswana. The Cry of the Kalahari by Mark and Delia Owens. It's all about their life in Africa and the lions. And of course, the old film, The Gods Must Be Crazy, where the Coke bottle falls out of the plane. And it's a comedy, and that also takes place in Botswana. Now, the interesting thing about Botswana is that it's mostly Kalahari Desert. And I have to admit that before I came to Botswana, I admit I did not know where it was. And I was living on the island of Hawaii. Now, here's something that I find interesting. I had no idea. Daniel Green at the Central Bureau for Astronomical Telegrams emailed me and said, Steve, do you know that you're at the antipode of where you lived in Hawaii? So I lived in Volcano, Hawaii, which was plus 19 degrees. And Mount Botswana is minus 19 degrees. And not only that, they're essentially 180 degrees apart. And this is like down to the towns that we lived in. It's just amazing. And look at the similarities between the sizes of Botswana and the big island of Hawaii. So it's pretty incredible that I essentially moved 180 degrees away to the southern mirror site of where I lived. And in fact, you'll enjoy this too. Botswana is about as large as Texas. So also kind of a similar shape, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you think about it. I have to add that for that one. Anyway, so this little red dot shows us where we live in northern Botswana. Now, the capital city is way down in the lower right, Gaborone, and it's way, way, way down on the edge of the border. And you can see that most of the country is, as it says, Kalahari Desert. But up where we are, Maun, it's Maun, you see that green area. And so it's rainwater that comes down from Angola and filters through into a river system. And so Maun is the gateway to the Okavango Delta, which is a 1000th UNESCO World Heritage Site. So we're up almost about as high as probably the Texas Star Party. We're about 3,500 feet in altitude, flat as a pancake. So it's sort of like the Texas Star Party being held in Florida, but it's, and in fact, the Okavango Delta has incredible similarities in the nature of the river as it does to the Everglades in Florida. This is Maun. It's not a highly populated area. We have one major international airstrip. Most of the people, we live along the river, this section called the Tamalakani River. And it's still in the Kalahari sands with the sand in our backyard. That's from the Kalahari. And just not far, we have elephants. You can just go 20 minutes outside of Maun and you're in the natural wildlife area. And this is one mode of transportation to get to some sites across the river. And why am I here? Well, I met my future wife-to-be, Deborah Carter. And some of you may know Deborah as she was a Travel Quest Eclipse Tour coordinator. She's seen almost as many eclipses as I have, almost at least a dozen eclipses. And she's also a travel agent and a yoga instructor, certified yoga instructor. So we met, and then when I wanted to come and see her, she set up all the arrangements. And honestly, again, I didn't even know where Botswana was. I just got on a jet and I arrived. Now, but if anyone's thinking about travel to Botswana, Deborah is really the one to talk about. I just want to say one thing about her life is that many years before I met her, she's from England, and she ran overland, so in a truck, overlanded from England all the way through Africa. This is the route. I mean, they did this for many, many years, going through the Congo, the Algiers, the Sahara Desert, stories upon stories that she could tell you. And so she knows Africa, and she ended up basically ultimately stopping the overlanding and then became a travel agent in Botswana, where she is today. And so now that we're together, we do yoga and stargazing safaris for people that are interested. In fact, she organized with Sky and Telescope, we put together the Botswana Stargazing Safari, which in fact, we have one coming up the end of this month, if anyone's interested. And these have been quite successful. Just to show you the type of animals that we have in Botswana, we have elephants, leopards, rhinos, Cape buffalo, hippos, jackals, leopards, cheetah, giraffes, kudu, that's that animal down there with the long horns, sables, giraffes, zebra, you name it. And it's all here. In fact, we're going tomorrow out to the bush again. And some of these are just common sights. For birders, we have saddle-bill storks, the wattle crane, fish eagles, giant eagle owls. That colorful bird at top is the lilac-breasted roller. Some of these are endangered species, such as the ground hornbills at bottom, the skimmers, and so on. So it's quite a beautiful natural environment. Now, we have basically 3 seasons in Botswana. We have, we have cold and dry, hot and dry, and then hot and wet. So mostly we have dry, it's either hot or it's cold. But even in the rainy season, it's been quite fantastic, the atmospheric phenomena that we get to experience, especially in the flat, extensive plains. I mean, when the thunderstorms come, they're just like you find in a horror movie. It's just unending lightning, and it just rolls unceasingly across the plains. And you can see some of the atmospheric phenomena that we have. And in the lower image, middle, you see these really bizarre, odd concentric rings around the sun. And that photo, all the others were my photos, but that particular one was taken by a friend, Shirley, who you see at lower right. She was out hanging her clothes, and she just pulled out her phone. She looked up in the sky, and there were these concentric rings. It's pretty amazing and pretty astute. But that's the one thing about the people of Botswana. They have keen eyesight and they're very astute. Now, as far as darkness is concerned, we're down there, that little red dot you see in Africans in Southern Africa, that's where we are as far as dark skies are concerned. You can compare that to the United States and Central America and across Europe and Saudi Arabia and over into to the east. And you can see that we're in a very special location. And this is, for an example, a shot I took from our backyard. And this is just a simple 50 millimeter lens, probably a 60-second exposure. Now, what am I doing here, aside from, I now have my wife, Deborah, is in order, before we were married, I had to get permission to be here and to stay here on a special permit, filming permit, and study, which was, I wanted to study the southern stars and also to deal with the Basawa. Now, they were formerly called the San people, and they were the original Aboriginal natives of Botswana. And they still have tribes throughout Botswana. And I spent 4 years dealing and learning with them, with interpreters, to find out about the stars and their interpretations of the sky. Now, these are some photos I took of them in their natural habitat. They're original nomads. They are hunter-gatherers. They still live this lifestyle. And they also shamans, and they have trance dances where they mystically unite with the universe or with animals. It's really fantastic to see and to experience. The San were also noted for their keen eyesight. In fact, there are studies done where they actually saw and had names for the individual moons of Jupiter. This is with the naked eye. This is pre-telescopic. And they had names for the moons of Jupiter, and they watched them dance around the fire of Jupiter. So pretty incredible eyesight. And it's the Basawa people who have that kind of skill are the ones that take you out when you go on these game drives, because they're the ones who can find and spot the animals even far away. Incredible eyesight. And some of the legends that I learned were fascinating. For example, the stars were the spirits of their relatives. And the brightest stars showed their significance of their deceased, the importance that they had to the Basara people. The brighter ones were the more important ones, the fainter ones less important, and also they're the ones that had died a long time ago, and they're fading away in the sky. And they also had, just like the Aborigines of Australia and other Aboriginal cultures, they really focused their attention on dark nebulae. And here we have the giraffe. You can see the two composites that show the coal sack is the head of the giraffe and going down toward the heart of the Milky Way. And then there was one recent legend I heard about how the Scorpion, the dark nebula, which is the river and the pipe nebula, which trips the giraffe when it's setting, and so it falls into the earth. And their idea of the Milky Way itself is fascinating. They have several myths involving the Milky Way, including that there was a daughter who was left to watch their camp while the hunter-gatherers went out at night. And so to give them a guiding light, she took the ashes from the fire and tossed them into the sky in order to create the Milky Way. And one time, it was really fascinating. I was able to get this shot when we were visiting with them at one of their camps in the bush. And here was their campfire, and the smoke was trailing right off into the Milky Way. So you just saw the legend in front of your eyes. You can see how they interpreted the sky in that way. And they were way ahead of their time, because seeing the top illustration, the moon in the belly, they had the crescent moon was started off as male, and then it got fatter and fatter until half moon, when it became female. And then essentially it gave birth to itself on the full moon. And then after that, it returned to being male, and then the moon recreates itself. And then the idea of the lunar phases, this is one of my favorite legends. And that's, there was a hunter who went out, and he got an animal in order to feed his family. And then they used the skin to cover themselves at night in order to sleep. So the man put the skin over him as he was sleeping, but then his wife gradually and slowly takes the coat away from the man until he is fully exposed. And then he takes the skin back and covers himself until it's time to go out. His family's hungry, and he has to do it all over again. So it's quite fascinating what they have. And so one of the things I did at the end of the 4.5 years is I put everything into a book, and it's a visual guide. It's mainly to help a lot of the guides that come here to learn more about the night sky. And also this includes the Basara sky lore, which is lacking in a lot of the sky lore that we have today. So it's now just recently out by Penguin Random House, by Stroik Nature, is their imprint. And so there's a lot more tales of it in there. But this was, in a way, my gift to the Botswana people for having me stay. And so I'm just really happy that I had this opportunity and continue to have the opportunity. But I have to tell you one last story about the Basara people when I was out there with them. And then suddenly a satellite went across the sky. This is the ISS going into the Earth's shadow. And I thought this was perfect to find out. So I told my translator, I said, ask them what that is. What is that thing moving in the sky? Because in ancient times, they didn't have satellites. And so as they do naturally, they get together in their discussions. Now, the interesting thing is they have the click language. So they talk to one another, and it's like, they have like 5 different clicks that they use, and they have discussions, and they filter and they move things in the sand. And so then the interpreter told me, well, they said that it was created by the Black people. And then they go in and they're talking, all the clicks. And then I said, well, where were these people that created this? And they said, and they did their clicking and they said, down south. They were down south. And I said, okay. And then they did some more clicking. And I said, well, do they know what it is? And then my interpreter said, it's a satellite. So they, so they had a good one on me on that one. Anyway, so wonderful people. But I think my favorite thing was one night we were at the campfire, and this wasn't too long ago, and we had an opportunity. It was a wonderfully clear night, and we're looking up at the sky. And I just said to one, what do you see? What is it that you see when you first look up at the sky? I mean, what does it mean to you? So the interpreter talked to them, and then the answer was peace. Really beautiful thing. And it really encapsulates the feeling of the Botswana people. Really, it's very peaceful. Now, talk about antipodes, and I don't know, it's amazing. When I was in Hawaii, I had the opportunity to see a bolide, and it was magnitude -20. It just lit up the night sky. I was going to go out comet hunting, and it must have been early in the morning, like 4 a.m. And this thing just came over the sky and it exploded directly overhead and the fragments came down. No one was able to collect the pieces because it fell over the lava field. So you're looking for a black stone amongst black lava in the Volcano National Park. And so the rest of the fragments probably fell in the ocean, but it was pretty incredible. But now we fast forward to 2018. Now, Deborah and I were out at a camp, and unfortunately, I became really, really ill. And so I didn't go out on the game drive, and I was in our safari tent, just very sick. And I didn't know at the time, Dan Green and Mike Videnk were trying to tell me that this Catalina survey had discovered this new asteroid 7 hours before it hit. And you can see the path, and it's heading directly toward Botswana. And it was only the second time in history that an asteroid was detected before its fall. And this one was 7 hours before then. So I was in the tent. Deborah was trying to nurse me. And then suddenly the tent just lit up. And she just thought someone, they were coming back from a night drive and they had the spotlights on the tent. And the camp manager, though, came running in and was trying to tell me something just fantastic happened. And Steve, you have to get out there. You have to look. And I was like, go away. I'm not interested. I was really sick, unfortunately. But look at this. Watch what happens. This was taken from South Africa near the border of Botswana. And this is the asteroid coming in and then hits. Whoa. I know. So right after we got back, like the next day, I went out and I helped the American Meteor Society collect information. I went out in Botswana, although these are from South Africa. I went up through Botswana and I interviewed people who had seen the fall and to help them triangulate where the meteorite might have fallen. And this brought us to one camp, Dinaka. And it was in the Kalahari Desert. And I met with a guide who actually saw the terminal blast. He saw the thing come in, he saw the fragments fall, the meteor just vanished from the sky. And this is the location and the artist's impression of the incoming asteroid. And the camp manager, in fact, was in a shower and he thought there was a gas explosion. The sonic booms were so intense that it was rattling the structures, and they came out to see what was going on. But anyway, in the end, this is an amazing feat. Peter Jenniskens from the SETI Institute, and together with local scientists and others, went out and they actually recovered pieces in the Kalahari Desert. They set out a whole line of people and just walked amongst the lions and and the first one was sighted by a local woman, again, the sun with their incredible eyesight. And it was just this little teeny fragment underneath a bush. How they found it, I have no idea. But it turns out now that this fragment called the Motepe Pan meteorite, they found several pieces, but it turns out that it's probably a piece of Vesta. So, and that just happened here in 2018. Pretty amazing. And it's fortunate. Now to go from a bang to a whimper, the skies are so dark here that we have something that we also called a ghost meteor. And here's an arrow. You can see that faint streak coming from the upper left down to lower right. And they sort of look like a comet that's coming in the sky, but it's very dim. It's about 4th magnitude, and there's no central streak. It just comes in and it filters through as if it's Alka-Seltzer fizzing away. They're pretty amazing. And now to show you, to go to we have dark skies here. I can see the zodiacal light from our backyard, but to get to even truer, darker skies, we go to a place called Magadi-Gadi Pans National Park. You see that near the center of the map in the green, that big long word, Magadi-Gadi Pans. And it's a 12,000 square kilometer salt pan, and you get 360-degree flat views in this desert-like region. And we go out there and I show you that it's a very lonely place and isolated, and you're under the sky. We build campfires. We have the vehicles that take you out there. Now look at this. We sleep out under the stars on bedrolls. This is Deborah sleeping. Now this is not a composite. This is just a simple 50 millimeter lens shot. Again, probably 60 seconds. On an ioptron mount, and just shows you what the Eta Carina region, that's the coal sack up above, stars right down to the horizon. And you have this for 360 degrees. Wow. And the pans are so flat. We had an eclipse recently. It wasn't a total eclipse. We got a partial, but Madagascar had an annular eclipse. But we took people out to the pans, and we were able to see the whole event. It starts off with a green flash coming up above the flat horizon, and then the serrated moon and sun. And it's just phenomenal. We had partial lunar eclipses. The pans are always fun. So Deborah's yoga instructor, so I made this composite image of the eclipse with them doing yoga. And we've had beautiful full lunar eclipses. This is a composite because we live in such a special place that we have baobab trees that some are thousands of years old. Beautiful full eclipses that we see. I know you guys get them too. I remember in the Northern Hemisphere, but there's some that we see. Now look at this one. This was supposed to be the invisible eclipse. I know you had it too in June of 2020. It was a penumbral eclipse that was only less than 40%. But look at the two places where I have compare, and you see the top image and compare it. Look on the right-hand side in the lunar highlands. You see how it's slightly darker. Ever so slightly. Yeah, it was just amazing. You could just detect this with the naked eye. It's really incredible eclipse. And we've had 2 transits of Mercury since I've been here, 2016 and 2019. We had the beautiful Venus and Pleiades conjunction, which we all had. Ours was upside down for you guys. And one thing, and I don't know if you had it, we had the lunar eclipse with the blood red Mars. Mars had opposition in July 2018, but this was really special. On the right, you see the constellation Grus, with the bright star near the horizon is Fomalhaut. But we had the moon and Mars up so high in the sky. It was just a fantastic sight. And speaking of Mars, the last apparition during his 2020 opposition, these images I took were just made with, because Mars was essentially really high, it got up to about 70 degrees. And here you see the Milky Way, again, from the pans, and you have the Milky Way upside down. See, the hub of the Milky Way is below. That bright star near the bottom is Antares, and the rest looking up is going south. But these images of Mars I took with a 3-inch refractor, and they're just no CCD or anything. I'm just taking a 50 millimeter lens and a 35 millimeter camera, holding it up to the eyepiece and snapping. And then they're probably composites of like 2 images, each of these. But, you know, it just reminds me of the olden days, the photography. It kind of really resembles what we see through a telescope more than what we see through a CCD, which we'll never see through a telescope. But this is, you know, it's only because Mars was so high in the sky and so steady that was able to get these results. And if you can even see, I'm pushing it to like up to 400, a 3-inch refractor up to 400 power, and still with no, you know, but that's probably the limit. But you can exceed what you would naturally think you can accomplish with the small telescope. And then recently, I also published a book on Mars for those that are interested in, from Reaction Books in the UK. It talks about from the beginnings to up to the recent explorations of Mars. So if you're interested, but anyway, that's part of what I'm doing. I'm still writing. We had the Great Conjunction. In fact, we had on the night before this one, we had the actual conjunction, which was at closest approach, but we had more clouds than is shown here. And I was only able to see, I could see Jupiter and Saturn through binoculars, but I couldn't see them with the naked eye through the clouds. It's just Jupiter. But it was beautiful. That's through the 3-inch again, what it appeared like from here. And then we've had a whole series of comets. I know we all shared Neowise, but I wanted to show you probably what Neowise looked like also before it became famous. We had several comets that started off very low in the south. Here you see Comet Virtanen, which made a close approach to Earth in 2018, 2019. But in December 2018, it came within 12,000 kilometers of the Earth. And it started off low in Fornax and Eridanus. Oops, sorry. But here it is in Eridanus over the appearance. Very beautiful, very large comet with a diffuse head. And here it was passing the Pleiades. And this was under the full moon. But anyway, I think I said 1,000, but anyway, 12 million kilometers. I said 1,000. And even in this short exposure, you can see the comet trailed a little bit during its passage. And then immediately, not long after that, we had Comet Swan, which is a beautiful, beautiful comet that put on quite a show for us in the Southern Hemisphere. This is from a sky. Deborah took this photo with like an 18 millimeter lens. And it shows the comet around 6 magnitude near the zodiacal light. And then its tail just grew. It moved very rapidly. Its tail grew, and it was almost 10 degrees long. But the reason I say it was curious is that it really was more a photographic spectacle than it was a visual spectacle. But still, you know, through binoculars, you could probably see a few degrees of tail, but I know some people, especially in Namibia, they were getting up to 20 degrees of tail. So it was really a spectacular and bizarre comet. But the head was visible, but just barely, it got up to about magnitude 5.5. But from our dark skies, it was still quite a spectacular view. And then these shots in the twilight as it started to approach the sun. And the dust tail started to grow, and we were hoping that it was going to turn around the sun. And we was even making magnitude estimates of it while using SOHO data. But but then it fizzled, like many of these comets do. And then right after that, we had Comet Lemon, and it made several passes by some Messier objects in NGC clusters. It was another beautiful binocular comet that reached 6th magnitude, again with a thin ion tail. And here was Comet Lemon as it was fading on the left. This is what Neowise looked like from the southern hemisphere. See that little dot? So that's just with a 200 millimeter lens, even taking probably a minute exposure. So it initially, Neowise didn't even live up to expectation, surpassing Comet Lemon, and was hanging more or less around 7th magnitude, at times 8th magnitude. But then who knew? It had the pre-perihelion flare. So there it was on the left, and here it was. You guys had the best view of it, without question. Neowise entered the far northern sky, and for us, we can still see pretty high north, but this was in the twilight. We were at least able to see it, but then it grew. It came out from the twilight, and it had a beautiful green head with a red tail, sort of what you would see in the ancient times, where you would have a scimitar, a bloody scimitar of a tail. And then it just gave us some beautiful opportunities. It never got really high in the sky. It was always very low, but it did enter the dark sky. But this is past the time when you already had the most fantastic views. But still, by historical standards, it wasn't a great comet. It was a great photographic comet, but it just didn't have that the real visual punch of like a Hale-Bopp or Hyakutake or Comet West or others that I've seen throughout the last 50 years. But it was still a beautiful comet. And here it was, Comet Neowise joined another one that we had, T2 Pan-STARRS and Comet Lemon. So you can get all three in a 200 millimeter frame as they were passing, going away. And I like this shot anyway, just because it shows the comet entering the zodiacal light. And of course, the zodiacal light itself is leftover debris from the solar system, including comet tail material. So it's just sort of illustrating a comet depositing material into what will enhance the zodiacal light in time. And of course, we had the super fall and rise of Betelgeuse. And from the southern hemisphere, it looked like that, upside down. We also had several novae, including 6.5 magnitude novae in 2018, which is in a way unfortunate because one of the things I've been doing here is memorizing the Milky Way down to about 9th magnitude using binoculars. So I make mini constellations in the hope of discovering a nova. This particular nova, I wouldn't have discovered for two reasons, because first of all, I was in the northern hemisphere when it occurred, and second of all, it was in the morning sky, and I think I'm not getting up in the morning to look for the novae. I'm being lazy. I just enjoy this. This is a great opportunity for people if you ever want to relax and just it's visual meditation in a way, because you just go out. It's just you and the stars. You make up all these little mini constellations. You create your own names for them. If a nova appears suddenly, it's okay. But otherwise, it's like looking up at a bunch of friends each night. It's just a fun way to spend the time under the stars. Then we had Nova Reticuli, which really blew me away because it was well out of the Milky Way in Reticulum, near the Large Magellanic Cloud in Doradus, and it reached 5th magnitude, and if you've ever heard of reticulum, say, why does that sound familiar? And that's probably because of the Zeta Reticuli incident. So this one was kind of a hoot to see. But it was beautiful just in the sense of you could see it naked eye at 5th magnitude. And when it began to fade, it really became sort of a crimson red. It was fascinating to see. And more recently, you had the nova in Cassiopeia. Now get this, this is just amazing. Okay, now we can get, like I said, up to the northern sky. We can see the Big Dipper, it's at the horizon. We can see Cassiopeia at the horizon. So this one, I just went out and took a guess at where to point the camera. Well, I knew where Cassiopeia would be, but I just took this shot. It's like a 15-second exposure, 7 minutes into nautical twilight, and the nova was 4 degrees above the horizon. Now, at first, I didn't even see this visually. I just took the shot. Then I saw these stars and I matched them to an AAVSO star chart. And then you can see that little star at the very bottom, in between the leaves of the tree, is the Nova Cassiopeia, which we had here. I went out a couple nights later and I was able to see it visually with binoculars. Like 2 degrees higher, but still, I thought that was kind of a cute catch. So now we talk about, I think, what TSP people are all about, and it's the dark skies and deep sky objects and what you can see. And, you know, we really do have what's considered border class 1 skies, where you can see the zodiacal light, the zodiacal band and Gegenschein, M33 naked eye, Milky Way cast shadows, which we've done with TSP. But I do laugh at the last one, Jupiter and Venus degrades dark adaptation. I think that's kind of a hoot, but I'll show you something that can bring that to light. However, so we do have the zodiacal light. Here's an image. In fact, this is from Didaka, where it shows these zodiacal light and band and how it grows in intensity as the sun even nears the horizon. So, and here's the zodiacal band with the Milky Way overhead with all the planets and the moon, Venus, Mercury, Moon, Jupiter, Mars, and Saturn. That was a couple of years back that we had that. And then here's a shot taken from the pans. As you can see, the Gegenschein is that oval glow above the word Gegenschein, with the upside down Milky Way setting into the horizon, with the Pleiades off to the right. Now, what's really fascinating, again, and this has been said before, but I always, even when I lived in Hawaii, I always found it interesting that when people saw the Hawaiian skies, they always said, "I've seen darker." Now, this is like from the top of Mauna Kea. It's like, you may have seen darker, but you haven't seen truly dark skies, because truly dark skies are so infiltrated with cosmic dust and zodiacal light and everything else that they're actually bright skies. So it really is an oxymoron, but, you know, truly dark skies are, in a way, truly bright skies. And this shows you a short exposure showing the Milky Way hub setting upside down with the large Magellanic Cloud and the small cloud. And it's showing the ground illuminated by the Milky Way, the light of the Milky Way. Now here was Mars when it was in opposition in 2018 during the Sky and Telescope Botswana stargazing safari. On this one, we took them out to the pans and we had all these tents set up so everyone can enjoy the sky. And one of the things we did, we had Mars rising at its brightest in the east. Venus was setting in the west, and the Milky Way was about it was high, still getting high overhead in the south. And so we took this photo, Peter Tyson, we set up a little experiment. So here you can see on this film canister, you can see the eyepiece canister, the shadow of Venus, the shadow of Mars, and just coming toward us, the shadow of the Milky Way. In just one shot, yeah. And you can see M33, naked eye. It's really not an issue. But one of the things we do have in the southern hemisphere that's really glorious are the globular star clusters. They really are the brightest and the best are in the southern hemisphere. Omega Centauri 47 Tucani and the ones in Arum, Pavo. Just fantastic. This one, 362 in Tucana, 2808 in Carina. It's just a multitude. There are beautiful globular clusters in Musca and Oh, just so much. But one of the things, and this goes back to the Sand People, the Basawa, where really what's fascinating is the dark nebulae that you can appreciate. And I get lost in it. So this was a shot in the Milky Way overhead in Sagittarius. That's the dark horse, which, I remember Barbara Wilson showing me that for the first time from Texas at the Texas Star Party. So I'll always remember that. But here, it was directly overhead. And this is, again, this is just a simple 150 millimeter shot, not stacked or anything. It's just, again, probably 60-second exposure again. Showing the Milky Way overhead, but the dark nebulae, it's incredible. This is two images, 250 millimeter lens images stitched together from the pans, showing the Eta Carina Nebula to the right, the Coalsack in the middle, Alpha and Beta Centauri to the left. This is one of the most remarkable areas of the Milky Way. It's unprecedented in its splendor. And this just shows you the Southern Cross and Eta Carina. This is just, again, I'm using the diffusing filter here. But again, these are just minute exposures. And just look at all the objects from bright nebula to planetary nebula to open clusters, jewel box, little jewel box, Eta Carina itself, the southern Pleiades, this whole swath. And most of everything that you see in here, you can just see either with your naked eye or binoculars. They're really incredible. Now, this is a photograph I took of the Eta Carina Nebula. This one is probably like 2 or 3 images stacked together. Probably with a 200 millimeter lens, but just shows you what you can do. And I was even out looking yesterday at the Keyhole Nebula through a 3-inch refractor. It's beautiful. And the homunculus, we have an 8-inch reflector now. I'm going to try to see that. I was out looking at the other night. The seeing was poor, and I thought I could split it. I've seen it before in New Zealand with a 9-inch refractor, clearly. And of course, I've seen it down at the Winter Star Party through 36-inch, so on and so forth. But these are just things that we can see. And of course, the Magellanic Clouds are just, well, to put it bluntly, heavenly. They really are naked eye objects. You can see the Tarantula Nebula naked eye, and 47 Tucani is brilliant. In fact, it's that bright star you see to the right of the small Magellanic Cloud. These are just some, looking at them, of course, is you're looking into another island universe, one being torn apart by the Milky Way. And we have all these weird and wonderful objects in another galaxy that you can see clearly. And then the Large Magellanic Cloud, this is taken from our backyard. That bright spot is the Tarantula Nebula in it. You can see all this structure in binoculars. It's fascinating. And this is probably a 200 millimeter shot showing how splintered the galaxy is and just some of the beautiful nebulae and clusters that are involved in it that you can enjoy through your telescope. It really is a different universe down here. So I'm encouraging you to come and visit. We're up in our northeast corner is Victoria Falls. It's a common jaunt. If you come to Botswana, just go over the border to Zimbabwe and enjoy the falls. And if you want to learn more about Botswana, I don't know if you've ever seen, there's a movie out, it's really well done, BBC, I believe, but it's called A United Kingdom. And it really gets to the heart of what the Botswana people are like. It's about the first president of Botswana, democratically elected, who is a Black man who married a white woman from England. And that kind of embraces the attitude of the culture. Again, there is no apartheid here in Botswana, never was. And is it safe to travel to Botswana? Absolutely. Global Peace Index, the safest place in Africa to visit in 2021 is Botswana. And it's the 30th safest country in the world, and its Global Peace Index score makes it safer than the UK or Spain. And I'm here to tell you that where we are, in Maun especially, it's safer, much safer than even the United States. I cannot tell how beautiful the people are, how friendly they are, and how peaceful they are. So it just adds to your visit without having to worry about anything. So we hope to see you soon. Until we meet again, thank you for your time.
That was wonderful, Stephen. Thank you so much. Like I said, I've heard you speak before, and every time that I get the opportunity to do so, I'm ready to just jump in and do whatever it is that you've been doing. Your enthusiasm for astronomy.
Jump on the plane because
absolutely. I was going to say your enthusiasm for astronomy is certainly infectious, and it's obviously inspired a lot of us as well. So I really thank you for this presentation. And I was hoping you might have time for a few questions. I've always wanted to ask you a few things directly, and was really curious about your answers. You kind of hit this as well earlier, but I think it was Larry Mitchell who told me that you said there's nothing really special about your eyesight, that you're I think the term was visual athlete. Is that what it was? Yes. So, you've lived a life in astronomy that many of us dream of. And you have this reputation as such a great visual observer, which you are. But for the average person who's, maybe just getting started in astronomy or has maybe been at it for a while and says, I can't do the things that Stephen does. What are some tips that you would give them to really kind of become better visual athletes, like you said?
Yeah. Well, with any athlete, it's really training. It's difficult today. It's hard. I also always call myself a 19th century astronomer now living in the 21st century. I think that's more aptly put. Visual athlete is great. Now that name was given to me by a member of the Amateur Telescope Makers of Boston ages ago. His name was Sal Laricia, and after I gave a presentation, he just came up and said, "Steve, I got it. I've got it. You're a visual athlete." In other words, it takes training. You just think about any sport that you do. You just don't suddenly. Well, maybe some people do. Have a golf swing that miraculously gives you a hole-in-one every time. I don't know, but generally it takes practice. And I think today I say I'm a 19th century astronomer because, well, I am. I guess I've never been one to rush an observation. It's always spending a lot of time behind the eyepiece with a given object. And I know in today's world, that's a very difficult concept. And so, but that's what it takes. That really is what it takes. And I can honestly tell you that going through the logbooks at Harvard Observatory, when I started using the 9-inch telescope, I remember, I think the faintest stars that I could initially see were something on the order of maybe like 11.6, and I was all excited about that. But then as I went through the logbooks, the magnitudes got fainter and fainter and fainter. Wow. I mean, I remember seeing a 16th magnitude star with the 9-inch before I left there, for Hawaii, and finding variable stars around 13th and 14th magnitude visually. But this is just because I spent so much time behind the eyepiece. And I know, I see, there is no right or wrong. And I can only tell you what I do, what I've always done. Now, in the old days, not everyone has the opportunity that I did. And that was, initially I was using the 15-inch refractor, and that was built by the original director and his son, William Cranch Bond and George Philip Bond. So this 15-inch refractor that's 26 feet long, wooden mahogany tube. And they created this plush velvet observing chair that goes around on a railroad track. And you just sit in the chair, this room enough for 2 people, but you just sit in this chair with this huge telescope, and there's like a little plate on this iron wheel that you turn to raise and lower yourself. And that's it. You sit in this position, and then let's say I'm observing Saturn, and that's all you did for the night, was you sat in that position and just monitored Saturn. Every time you go out, don't expect to see what I see. You go out and you see what you see. Then go out the next night. Your mind will automatically remember what you saw the night before.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see it much sooner the next time you go out, and then you'll add a little more detail because now you're spending more time. Then you go out the next night. What you saw on the first night goes bang. I can see the bands on Jupiter. I saw a little festoon. What else can I see? So your mind, you're constantly searching. It's really an investigation. Okay, so it's even like the other night, I was out looking at the moon, and it's one thing I do is I don't want to know what's been seen. I want to discover myself what's on the moon. And there's just so much to see that I just wait for something to snap out at me, and then you look at it and then you study it in detail. I honestly, none of my discoveries were intentional. Like I didn't say tonight, I'm going to go out and find a comet. I'm going to sweep in the sky, and I'm looking for a comet. It's like when I found the spokes, it was not, I'm going to go out and I'm going to discover something on Saturn. It's just like, it's just looking, relaxing, breathing. Oh, gee, there's no rush. I mean, especially for the young. So
it's an interesting thing that you said there, Stephen. Yeah, because in talking to Larry Mitchell, he mentioned the same thing. He said, looking at Stephen, you guys spend a lot of time out and under dark skies together, and he said oftentimes Stephen would just focus on one object the entire night. And you would have, I guess it was a black cloth or something that
put something over.
To cover, and you would just, and it could be something even fairly bright and obviously not something that is so obscure that most people wouldn't even bother to go to it. He said, oftentimes you would be doing that with Messier objects, and you would spend an entire evening just studying it and waiting for the sky conditions to change to see what else you discovered. So I always thought that was fascinating. And by the way, he gave very similar advice to what you gave as well. Don't rush it. Take your time and spend the time to see what it is that you can see and what presents itself after some time as well. So I really appreciate that.
And that's true. And what Larry said too is very important. Atmospheric conditions change. What you see in one night doesn't mean that that's it. That's all you can see. It really is what you can see over many, many nights. And again, just repeat observations. Nothing different than, seeing faint. Boy, seeing Halley's Comet. I've given this talk so many times, but I know, but it's an important point. It's like when I first, again, I didn't go out intending to see Halley's Comet. The whole project was to see how faint I could see. So that when the first person says that they saw Halley's Comet, let's say through an 8-inch telescope at sea level at this particular magnitude, the idea was for me to be at 14,000 feet using a 24-inch Cassegrain reflector that had mirrors by Texero that was just polished. I'm at 14,000 feet with bottled oxygen, looking at the zenith, for this field. How faint can you be in this field? And so the whole irony of the story is Oh God, this, okay. I have to almost repeat the lecture. I don't have to, but anyway. Someone gave me what's called a photostat. It wasn't even a photocopy. It was called a photostat of the Palomar Sky Survey that I was using and to see. And I was recording stars that I thought were fainter than the Palomar Sky Survey. Okay, but I did not see. Okay, I did not see the comet. And when I brought them, because now next to me in the 88-inch telescope, they had a CCD camera. And they were following the comet. So I came back after spending an hour, eyes were bloodshot, saying, all right, I've spent so much time looking in the field, and this is how faint I could see. I couldn't see the comet, I told them, but I said, geez, the comet must be really faint because I think I'm seeing fainter than the stars in the Palomar Sky Survey. And then he said, they had a Palomar Sky Survey chart there. They looked at them and compared them and said, oh, I'm sorry, Steve, but this photostat only goes down to like 16th magnitude, not 21st. But I can tell you the stars that you charted are on the Palomar Sky Survey near the limit. And they said, but I have to, here's the thing, okay? So, but understand, the first thing I said was, I did not see the comet. That's the important thing.
Right.
They're the ones who said, Steve, you just saw down to the limit of the Palomar Sky Survey. The problem is you're looking in the wrong field. I had tested at the time I was living in Boston, and I had taken the UT time for Boston and applied it in Hawaii. That's what altitude does to you. So I didn't compensate. I didn't compensate for the 6-hour difference in the movement. So I was looking in the wrong field. But the point is that even in the wrong field, I was blindly charting stars down to the limit of Palomar. And then, of course, the second time I went out, I did see it. But the important thing here was it's the photon hits. Like when you're seeing faint, it's you collect photons. It's like bang. The first time you see something, it's did I see it? Right. And then bang, you get another hit and you go, I think that was right. And then more photon hits, the more times you keep getting a repeat hit, then you build your confidence level enough to say, that's it, that this is real. This is what I'm seeing. Like someone once said, it was a thread. Someone said, Steve O'Mara, why is it Steve O'Mara never says he's 65% confident he saw something? Why is he always 100% sure? It's a valid point, but just for me, what's the purpose of saying, I think I saw something? And to me, I either see it or I don't. If I get a 65 percentile, if I'm 65% confident I saw it, I sit down and say, I didn't see it. I have to try another night. And I'll keep trying till they either say, I can't see it, or I see it. There's only, in my book, there's only one way or the other. If you're 90% confident of seeing something, you're not still 100%. You need to go back out and observe again until you're 100%. Up until that point, it's a no-go. It doesn't mean anything. So that's kind of why.
If I can shamelessly plug one of your books, Stephen. Honestly, the first observing book I ever read when I first started in astronomy was your book on the Messier objects, and I'm honestly here to tell you, I think that reading that book, and especially the first part of the book, you explain an awful lot of what you just not with the same enthusiasm that you just did, but how to observe. Okay, it's hard to capture your enthusiasm in words that we just saw. Yeah. And I would strongly recommend, and I hope there's a lot of younger folks watching this this program. I highly recommend that they get that book. And if nothing else, thank you. If nothing else, just for the first part of that book, which is a phenomenal guide to how to observe. And I really thank you for that. I think it helped me pull myself into astronomy in a lifelong passion. So thank you.
Oh, good. You're welcome.
Yeah, I still take that book out with me to the Texas Star Party and other star parties as well, even though it was one of the first books I had. And most recently, this one.
Oh, the Herschel 400.
Yes.
Yeah. That was fun. There was someone else who wrote to me and said, I'm really disappointed, Steve, that the Herschel, it said, I love the Herschel 400 book, but I have to say I'm disappointed that it's not in the same format as the Messier book. But I said, well, if it was, you can use it at Gold's Gym to do push bench presses with it.
I'm a visual athlete in one, right? Steven, I have a question for you, man.
Okay.
You've written millions of articles and all kinds of cool stuff, and a lot of the Sky and Telescope stuff we've all read multiple times. But I know you've been to multiple TSPs, and TSP, like you said, is something that brings you a lot of joy. And I wonder, maybe what's one really standout moment for you that you have from TSP that still to this day just sticks with you and kind of
so many
inspires you?
Oh no, there's so many. Oh my God, where do I begin? Oh, I know where to begin. Begin at the beginning. All right, first time. This is just a funny story. Okay, but of course it sticks with me. All right, so I was coming down. I was working at Sky and Telescope at the time, and I came down to talk to TSP. It must have been after I found Halley's Comet, so mid '80s. And so here I am representing S&T, and I had a suit coat, I had a shirt and tie, got all dressed up. And I get up there, and they're introducing me, and I start to talk, and then suddenly two women start walking up the aisle. And then I'm talking, and I'm watching, where are they going? And the next thing you know, they're undressing me. And they're taking off my coat jacket. One's undoing my tie. They start undoing my buttons. I think it was Larry and Barbara get up and said, "Welcome to TSP. No ties allowed."
That's awesome.
So, like when you said, we have a T-shirt waiting for you, kind of like, okay, I get the picture.
Putting clothes on you now as opposed to the other.
Right.
Oh, yes, right, yeah. I mean, that kind of, you know what though? It's just, I mean, of course we do so many beautiful and wonderful observations at TSP. I mean, okay, all right. A memory that sticks out was when Clyde Tombaugh came, and Larry and Barbara and the Goldbergs, and I think Brent Arkinol was there as the guest speaker, and David Levy, and I came down with, which we all did at the TSP. We had observing challenges, and there was a Harvard astronomer who said, "Steve," we went out to lunch once with Leif Robinson, who was the editor of Sky and Telescope then. And he said, "Steve, do you think it's possible that you guys can see a gravitational lens?" And I was like, "Well, I don't know." And he told me all about this thing. And he goes, "Well," I said, "Look, I'm going to the Texas Star Party, and they have lots of instruments at TSP." And I said, we should try it there. And that was the time Clyde Tombaugh was there. And so we did. We were able to see the twin quasar in Ursa Major, through Larry's instrument, through Barbara's instrument, through Summerfield's instrument, through Ken's instrument, the 18-inch, and on and on. And then Clyde Tombaugh saw it. It was just, he was ecstatic just to be able, imagine that for someone who, oh boy, a farm boy going from just like naked eye astronomy, drawing planets and getting access to the Lowell Observatory, and then and then for him to see a gravitational lens, just putting him into another dimension. That was just fascinating. Aside from the fact of his puns, his really horrible puns and jokes, he was just he used to tell he had dozens of crow jokes, and we'd be walking along under the dark Texas skies, with the red flashlights, of course. And then he'd say, "Where does a crow go to drink?" "A crowbar." and then he'd sit there and he'd stand there and just wait for you to laugh. And then like Jupiter was up once and he was walking along and he said, "There's Jupiter, by Jove." And then nobody said anything. And he didn't give up. He just kept going, "By Jove?" Nobody said, "By Jove." We said, "We get it. No, but from anything from 2 a.m. corn dogs. The first time I ever had a corn dog was
and the Frito pies, absolutely. It's interesting you mentioned that, Stephen.
And then and then they had Larry and Barbara and Matt, and they had the Ain't No catalog.
Yes, right.
And the arguments we'd have on the field, fun arguments, just everyone. And Matt Delvorius going around, and we used to call them the Celestial Police. To make sure that person accurately, it was just such fun. It was such a great camaraderie between everyone on the field, and like going up Larry's 36-inch whatever, and I'm standing up there and trying to hold on to the telescope.
Right.
Yeah, but they really at Texas Star Party, because I was a planetary observer, and like I said in my book, they really at Texas, they all the Goldbergs and Amelia Goldbergs and Barbara, among highly acclaimed visual astronomers, and it's just so many people. I mean, but they really brought my interest into the deep sky, to the deep sky. And to tell you the truth, Larry even showed me a deep sky object one time and said, "Look, how much can you see?" I think it was like in the Siamese twins galaxies. And they're looking for the tidal tails. And I don't remember the first view, but I remember the second time I came to TSP, Larry showed me them again. He says, "What do you see?" And I said, "Oh, I see this, I see this, I see the tidal tails." He goes, "Aha, you didn't see that the first time you were here." So it goes back to what we were saying before, so experience. So the first time I look at something, I didn't see the tidal tails, and then the second time I look, I did, without even knowing. I had increased my deep sky prowess, if you want to call it that. And I mean, and we just did crazy things. We did Marfa. We used to go from TSP down to Marfa. I don't know if you know this story, but because I was interested in bats, and so we had bat detectors, and we used to love and go out and look for bats, which used to live right above the Texas Star Party sign at the gateway. But anyway, they were also flying around in Marfa, and we would drive down to Marfa. And I remember one time, it was David Levy and Larry and Peter Jedicke, and we were under a street lamp in Marfa and throwing up pebbles and looking at the bats coming down to catch the pebbles. And then this car pulled up, like a Cadillac, and there were two ladies of the night inside. And they rolled down the window and they went, "Hi, what are you guys up to?" And I just said, "Playing with bats." And then the window rolled up. It was just classic. And we had fun. So we went out to look at the Marfa lights, and this is the days of the green laser when they first came out. And then a school bus pulled up. And this is a terrible story, but a school bus pulled up, and we all hid in the bushes. And then all the kids come out of the school bus and they're all like looking for the Marfa lights and wow. And then whoever had I forget who it was, who had the green laser, started shining it off into the bushes. All the kids are screaming and they ran back onto the bus.
So if you're one of those kids watching this now, you know.
I know.
Somewhere there's a kid that will never go, or an adult now that will never do anything.
No,
I swear we saw green lights out there.
Oh my God.
That's awesome.
No, yeah.
Yeah. Well, Stephen, if I can ask you one more question, you've been very generous with your time today.
Yeah.
You know, you've amassed a tremendous, just mental catalog of all these things that you've observed. And, a lot of what you've spoken about, they're still on my bucket list to observe as well. But do you have a favorite object that no matter what it is or what time of year it is or, where you're at, you just love observing that object?
Yeah. Oh boy. Well, I guess I have to, it's old, but I have to say the Orion Nebula.
Oh, wow.
Or, I mean, given that time, and again, but it harks back to the time I had at Harvard, because they devoted an entire annal to the Orion Nebula. So they studied that thing to pieces, and I just used to love the drawings that they made of it, and when I was reading through the journals, everything. So that has an intimate tie to me. Saturn, of course, is beautiful. But then deep sky objects, beyond Orion. Oh God, so many.
It's like Larry said, it's trying to pick your favorite kid, right? It's
Yeah, it is. It really is. I know in the southern, like I have like little favorites of things, like in the southern hemisphere.
Mm-hmm.
There's the little jewel box. Like everyone talks about the jewel box, but there's another object in Korean. It's just it's tiny little thing, little pipsqueak thing to the naked eye. Binoculars, you could just start to resolve it. Then you put the telescope on, even a small telescope, and it's just it just punches you. It's magnificent. It's all piled together. The jewel box itself is beautiful in itself, but it's a little more spread out. This one just is magnificent. I think it's superior to the jewel box. And every time I'm out, I do have to look at that because it excites me to see it, that tense agglomeration of stars. I don't know. Like I said, every object. I know Larry's right. Every object is so.
And I hate asking that question, but
I know, but that's okay. But it is true. But
I'm always fascinated by the answers. Yes. Yeah,
but I guess it comes down to the classic things of what you first observed when you were young. For me, anyway.
Right.
For example, and again, I know they're trite, but the beehive cluster. See now, because I remember the first time I saw that through binoculars, and I was a Boy Scout, and someone had these zoom binoculars. And I don't know, I saw this fuzzy thing when I was a kid up in the sky, and the kid handed me, the scout leader handed me the binoculars and pointed it out. And I was blown away when it just shattered into starlight. That really just sticks with me. But I mean, I have my favorite stars for personal reasons. Like, Bart Bach, his favorite, because he spent so much time studying it, was Eta Carina, and the star Eta Carina. He always said, when I die, that's where I'm going to go, to Eta Carina. I mean, I love Eta Carina. Every time I go out and it's in the sky, I have to look at Eta Carina, just because you don't know what it's going to do. It's just a beautiful object. And the nebula, of course, surrounding it, but even just the star, Eta Carina. But yeah, anyway.
That's wonderful. Yeah. Oh,
well, thank
again,
you. It's a good question, but so many objects are so beautiful.
I had a suspicion you might say that as well, because
No, that's
everybody
okay,
who's been
but
in
it is
astronomy,
true.
yeah, it's
One
just one
day,
of these things.
one day someone's going to go, absolutely, bang. This is it.
I think it's a testament to the beauty of the universe above, and all that it has to offer for us.
In what you say there is, I'm going to totally be honest, because I've spent now the majority of my life under, admittedly really dark skies,
Yes.
from Hawaii now to Botswana. I spend the vast majority of my time, I think, looking at the sky.
Mm.
Okay. I want to capture what the naked eye can see under a dark sky and what we all know is a vanishing universe.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to record, like when I show you the photograph of the Gegenschein, when you can see the Gegenschein, no one knows, hardly anyone can see the Gegenschein anymore. It's become a myth, but it's real. And so I'm trying to just in fact, I have to say the first couple of years, swear to God, 2 years, the first 2 years that I lived in Botswana, I did not learn the southern sky because I wanted to gain that childhood wonder of looking at the sky and not knowing what I'm seeing. I mean, I go to the northern sky and I'd say, okay, I look up and go, oh, square Pegasus. Oh, there's Orion. Oh,
right.
You just can't erase that. You have a pattern and bang, this evolutionary control from your reptilian brain takes over. But here in the southern sky, it was just magnificent to be able to capture that unknown. Wow. What are these things? And then, so then I started to learn more and more about the southern constellations. I was always a pighead about the southern constellations, saying, they're, a bunch of mechanical things that are a compass. But then when you get to learn them, when you get to learn them and you get to see them and you get to appreciate them and you get to appreciate when they were created during the Age of Enlightenment, and it just becomes a whole new world. It really is a whole new way of exploring. But yeah, the naked eye sky and those faint ghost meteors and whatever the sky can throw at me as far as what I can see with the eye. Not so much how faint can you see, not just the things that are beautiful that just make you want to look up in awe. I just want to capture that and somehow keep a record of it so that those were the days, my friend.
Absolutely. Well, Stephen, as I said before, thank you so much for joining us today. This is an absolute treat. And like I said, every time I've heard you speak, I'm always inspired to get out there. And I think I can speak for Will and Don ourselves. We want to get out to Botswana soon and certainly take advantage of those beautiful skies that you have.
Yeah.
But, again, thank you for all that you've done for astronomy, all that you've done for the Texas Star Party, all the wonderful books that you've put out for us. And like I said, all of us have these in our bookshelves, and we look forward to the new books that are coming out. And hopefully we can join you on one of these tours coming up soon.
Yeah,
too.
please
so
do.
Looking forward to that.
That'd be so much fun.
Thank you.
What an honor that would be. But thank you so much.
The honor would be ours.
Thank you, really, because for what TSP has done for me in my own education and growth. Really, it's a fantastic Star Party. I wish you well. I wish I could be there. Miss you guys. And take care.
We'll see you soon. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you.
Man, just an epic talk that was. I don't know, Joe. What do you think? Oh, you're muted, Joe. Haha, you did it tonight.
I did it tonight, yes. Some people will see athletes like LeBron James or whatnot on the street and totally geek out over them. We did the same thing with Stephen O'Mara, so it was just a fascinating conversation with him. And he's so down to earth and gracious with his time and willing to share all of that. So I was really happy that we had that opportunity and that we got the chance to share that with everybody else here. And that was only one half of our guest speaker list tonight, because we also have Dr. Karl Gebhardt, who's going to be joining us in just a little bit of time to share with us some of the initial results that they're getting from the Hobby-Eberly telescope dark energy experiment. That's called HETDEX. You'll hear that term a lot tonight. And what they're doing is using that tool to measure the expansion rate 10 billion years ago, with the goal of discovering the underlying nature of the universe. So stay tuned for that. That's going to be an awesome presentation with Dr. Karl Gebhardt. He's actually backstage. You can't see him now. We see him, but he'll be joining us here shortly. So looking forward to that. And I always have this ready for showing some of the data that we get from the board of visitors there at the McDonald Observatory. This is just a subset of some of that data, and he'll talk a lot about that, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's fascinating stuff they're doing on the mountains out there in West Texas, just like a few miles down the road from the Prude Ranch where we have Texas Star Party. And so it's, it's one of those things you can kind of just go out there and knock on doors until you find people like Karl to talk to. But no, it's a great thing it's a great place, a great facility, so much to do and see in that area, man. It's a lot of good times. And, it's Friday night, Joe. And we have guest speakers on Friday nights, and that's always cool. But one thing we do out at the Prude Ranch on Friday is we all get next to the mess hall or the cafeteria, whatever you want to call it. And Robert Reeves gets on the roof with a camera. We all assemble and we take a group photo. And Don, Joe, and I thought it would be really cool, really nostalgic to take a look back at some of the old Texas Star Party group photos that go back into the 80s. There's a few years that are missing for whatever reason. But, it might be cool for us to take a little stroll down memory lane. And I'm in some of these pictures. I know, Joe, you are in some of them too.
Yeah.
And it's a cool thing to do, right?
It really is. And I'm trying to find the video here, by the way. So this is something I've got to get queued up. But no, it really is. For anybody who's been to the Texas Star Party, the photos on Fridays, you said, Will? Is that usually when we do them?
Yeah, it's usually on Friday. And I mean, I think it's about maybe 1 or something. It's right after, I think, the lunch on Friday. And it's cool because, the first couple of years I went to TSP, I kind of missed it. I didn't really understand what was going on. I was like Larry Mitchell. I was there for the skies. I'm working all night, sleeping all day. I don't need to do any of these other activities. And then over time, I was like, man, I really should be in these pictures because this is pretty cool. So it's one of those things that you have to really get out there and get in the mix for it. Do we have that? I wonder if Dawn can maybe help us out with that. I don't know how we ended up missing that one.
Yeah, not sure where that is right now. But anyway, we'll look for that one and come back to it. I think we can probably give away some door prizes real quick.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
There's no music, Don. I don't think the...
We can narrate over it.
Yeah, okay.
So these go back, so far that we've got the black and white photos there, right? There's 1983. Yeah. Much larger crowd for the photo in 83.
Yeah, right there at the Prude Ranch on that one. Kind of recognize that area. And what we'll do is we'll also upload this video to various YouTube channels. Houston, probably Astronomical Society will get it on their YouTube. I'll get it on mine, and you can check this out anytime you want. Try to spot yourself. It's kind of like a Where's Waldo of finding yourself in the
right.
the ESP photos. And there's a lot of people, man, over the years.
It really is. They're being creative, coming up with everybody posed in the state of Texas. Yeah.
State of Texas there.
Yep.
90s, the color photos really started coming about. That was when
you'd think we were, using daguerreotypes or something like that. And here we are in the new millennium.
Yeah.
2001. And the interesting thing, Will, like I said, I know the audio's out on this one, but when you look at these photos, and I know you put this video together, it's amazing to see how many different people there are, but at the same time, how many folks are there throughout the kind of that entire span.
Yeah. And, you know, you can go the whole star party without meeting certain people. They're either on other fields or this or that. Maybe you meet them in the dining hall. You never see them at night. You know, everybody appears to their little sections of the Prude Ranch to do the observing. We're all there to do observing. Like Steven said, you know, we're there to hunt the faint stuff. So let's get it done. Right. But there is that camaraderie thing that you get when you go to a Texas Star Party that is invaluable. Really, it's like networking. It's being there with the people you already know, and every year you meet someone new, you make friends, and then it's like a family reunion after that.
It really is.
You're going out to the ranch to meet with the old family, you know, and it's really cool to see over the years how wardrobe has changed as well.
Well, we're not known for our fashion sense as amateur astronomers, other than these Texas Star Party T-shirts. Like I said, fresh off the runways in Milan and Paris.
Yeah, and
yeah.
You can tell we definitely know what we're doing as far as that goes. But no, it's just a good time. All the way through the years, there's been, you know, just great times at Texas Star Party. Right. And these photos kind of highlight that. And hey, if you're there and you're in the picture, you're a part of history at that point. I'm sure somebody has all the years hung up in their office or something. Probably Robert Reeves himself, actually, the guy who takes the photos nowadays.
Absolutely.
So it's really cool. And you can order these while you're at the Texas Star Party. I think it's like $10 or something, or somewhere at $15 to get a printed out copy, which is pretty cool. So
Absolutely.
You can display them.
Yep. This is when we had Pranvera join us. You can see the Kosovo flag there up at the front. She was a fantastic speaker. I mean, just really motivational and inspirational.
Yeah, and you can see the guys in the back row are very excited to be there usually.
Yes.
They're the ones who are super stoked to be at Texas Star Party. And 2019 was a fun year. That was the last year we all got to see each other.
That was the last year. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. I'm in there somewhere. I think, Joe, you might be in there, or you were the last couple anyway.
Yep.
Lots of friends we see in here. We see Larry Mitchell in the middle there. Just a ton of cool people to hang out with at the Texas Star Party. I mean, it's so much fun. And, you know, Friday night, again, we're on Friday night. It's the weekend, y'all. Here we are. We do giveaways at the Texas Star Party. So I think maybe we should do the second part of tonight's giveaway, or are we already?
No, we're actually going to hold off on that right now.
Oh, we are.
Yes, because we have Dr. Karl Gebhardt with us.
Oh,
and we want to learn about everything that's going on there. So, hey, Karl, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you all doing?
We're doing fantastic. Thank you. Really appreciate you joining us tonight, and you know, giving us an overview of all the work that you guys are doing there in West Texas, not too far from where we have the Texas Star Party. So, really appreciate it. And for those of you who aren't familiar with Dr. Karl Gebhardt, he is the Herman and Jones Suit Professor of Astrophysics at the University of Texas. He grew up in Rochester, New York, so that's a little bit of a ways away from West Texas. But his career has taken him through Michigan State University, Rutgers University, University of Michigan, University of California at Santa Cruz, and eventually to the University of Texas in 2000. He works on a variety of galaxy studies, ranging from black holes to dark matter to dark energy. He leads the Hobby-Eberly Telescope Dark Energy Experiment, HET-DEX, which uses the HET to make the most accurate measure of the expansion rate of the early universe. And I've had the opportunity to listen to you talk before. Your presentations are absolutely engaging. I think this is going to be a special treat for everybody watching. Dr. Karl Gebhardt, thank you for joining us.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I am always excited to talk about the work we're doing out at McDonald Observatory, and specifically to the Texas Star Party. It is when so just before I came to Texas, everyone, all the astronomers out in California would say, "Have you been to the Texas Star Party? Have you heard about it?" And they were all super excited, and it was fantastic. So it's great to be here. So great. So I'm going to tell you about the Hobby-Eberly Telescope Dark Energy Experiment. I'm going to start on my board, on my whiteboard, so right here, and just to do some very simple diagrams, and then I'll jump to like a talk where I want to show you some of the results. So what we're doing out at the observatory is we're trying to understand the expansion of the universe. One of the goals here is to it's to understand where the Big Bang came from, what gravity is. It is remarkable that we don't understand what gravity is. We know what it does. We know if I take this marker and if I let go, it will fall down. And we can talk about the curvature of space-time. We can talk about it in terms of a force, which it isn't really. But we don't understand the nature of why space-time is curved. And we are in a big mystery right now in that the universe is expanding in a way that we just don't understand. And some of the solutions to why it is expanding that way is the Big Bang may be wrong. Gravity may not be understood yet, or there's a new type of energy out there. So anyway, so this is what I want to talk about. And let me start out with what we're doing at the telescope. So I'm going to show you a couple of maps later on that I am super excited about. And every time I make these maps, and I just made one just yesterday, I made a new map of the very early universe because we got some new data analysis. And I'm going to show you that map, and I'm going to show you the map before the 100 collaborators in my collaboration have seen it yet. So what we are doing is we're looking out in the universe. So let's imagine a person here. Let me make sure you can see this okay. So we're down here, and we're looking out in the universe, and we have a smile on our face because we're looking out in the universe. Okay, and when you go out at night and you look out in the universe, now we're not looking at particular objects. We're taking the light from the individual objects and we're making a map. So we look over a huge angle of the universe, and I'll show you exactly where. We actually are looking all around the Big Dipper. So we look out in the universe, out in the wedge. All right, so just imagine you look this way in the universe and you look this way in the universe. We live in a weird universe that we all understand, and I'm sure many of you understand all these things, but I'm going to walk you through because there's a few concepts that I just want to make sure we get because it's really important. And we all understand that as we look out, maybe we see a galaxy. So there's a galaxy here, there's a galaxy out here, there's a galaxy out here. As we look out, we see these galaxies. Now we all know about look back time. And the universe has done us a favor. And the favor is the speed of light is finite. And why that's a favor to us, it is, we would be so hard to do anything if the universe hasn't provided this gift that the speed of light is finite. Because as we know, when we look out, we see that object, and that object. The objects that are farther away because the light had to travel are young. So out here, you have young. And this is early in the universe. These objects over here are old, and this is late. So I'm often going to use the words early for the early time in the universe and late for the late time in the universe. There is an ultimate limit too. And this is why I want to make this plot. I want you to follow me along because I'm going to show a map that we've made already. There is a boundary that we get to. This is what we call the observable universe. And we cannot see beyond the observable universe as far as we can tell. The observable universe is that length for which you take the age of the universe, multiply by the speed of light, and you are bounded by what you can see. Our universe is only so big, the observable universe is only so big, and we can't do anything about it because the speed of light is finite. And so that doesn't mean there's nothing beyond there. We know we are pretty assured that there is stuff beyond the observable universe. How far it is, we don't know. It's the size of the universe, of the whole universe, is somewhere between the observable universe and really, really big. And really, really big is the best scientific term that we can apply. But anyway, so we look out and we go out, and what we're doing here, and this is where it gets weird. As you look back in time, I'll back it up. As you look to objects further and further away, you're looking at objects that are younger to younger. Now, what happens though, is we know, at least our best theory, which is pretty well understood, is that the universe at some point in the past was small and hot. Every model, and we do have multiple models beyond the Big Bang, but every model has the fundamental assumptions that at some point you have to explain that the universe was small and hot. Well, this is weird. Look what I'm doing here. So you have an object, say there's an object on this part of the universe, we look there, and then way over here, there's an object over here. In the past, though, the universe was smaller. We started out in the Big Bang with everything in a very, very small spot. Where the size of the observable universe, where our math breaks down in the early universe, was the size of a grapefruit. Okay, and so that's kind of where our math breaks down. We can't really say what goes beyond that point. We can't draw that down to a point of zero. In other words, so you have these objects that are at the edge of that for us are very far away. Okay, but for them, they're right next to each other. So we have this weird construct that as you look out, the objects are actually, they appear to us very far away, because that's the way our universe is right now, because we think light travels in a straight line, right? But in fact, the universe is significantly small at that point. When you look at the objects at the edge of the universe, you're really seeing very, very small features. These objects are very close together. So we have two things so there's multiple things that we can do by looking at objects and making a whole model, a whole map of where the objects are. Two things can happen. Imagine two objects that are close together in the early universe. The universe is expanding out. So now I'm going to walk this backwards. Two objects are expanding out. And then what happens is, because there's a gravitational attraction between these two, if they were close together in the beginning, they would slowly come together. And so how fast they come together, though, is dependent on the size of gravity, on the effect of gravity. And so what goes on is that if we can make this map, and I'll show you the map in a moment because I'm super excited by it. If we can make this map, a few things we can get here. One is we can get how gravity works. That is, we can measure the effect of gravity. We believe we have an understanding that on large scales, it goes as 1 over the distance squared. This is what we're all taught. It works remarkably well. Okay, so that's one thing we're going to test is this the best model for gravity on very large scales? But the other thing that's important is that if we make this map of galaxies, we can get how the universe expands. And this is the whole point of HETEX, is to make this map of this evolution. Again, because we have this gift that the speed of light is finite, we can make this map of how things evolve. So that's the essence of HETEX, is we are after how the galaxies are clustered together early on in the universe. We can compare that at different times. You look at how they're clustered at this time, this time, this time, and this time. And then you can disentangle the effects of gravity, if you have to modify how gravity works, with how much the universe expands. That's what HETEX is. So now let me show you a few things. Let me just share my screen. Share it. So there's a couple of buttons here. Make sure. Oops. Hold on a second.
The wonders of technology.
The wonders. I got the screen. I want to share.
We can get to the origins of the universe, but
let's just do the entire screen. So can you see it now?
We're adding it to the stream.
Oh,
there it is.
There it is. Okay. So let me pop this up here, and I want to talk about it for a bit. So this is HETEX. HETEX is the Hobby-Eberly Telescope Dark Energy Experiment. We came up with this idea. So just to tell you how projects work, I came up with this idea in 2002. It's 2021. I don't even know anymore. That's going to be 20 years next year. It is crazy how long a big project takes to develop. We really didn't start building until like 10 to 12 years ago, but now we're a full steam. It ended up being a $42 million project. We came up with it here at Texas. It's all our telescope. It's mainly financed by Texas A&M, Oxford's in there, and then a bunch of German institutes. We got some support from the National Science Foundation, the Texas Advanced Computing Center. So in a nutshell, what we're doing is we're taking one of the largest telescopes in the world, and that's this telescope here. This is so this is a cutout of the Hobby-Eberly telescope. It's a 10-meter telescope. So it's in the top 5 optical telescopes in the whole world. So we take the biggest telescope, we built the largest spectroscopic instrument, which means we take the light and we divide it into its constituent wavelengths. And this is how we get how far away an object is. That's how we get the redshift, how fast it's moving. So this spectrograph is it's how you count, somewhere about 100 times more powerful than any other spectrograph. One of the largest telescopes in the world, largest spectrograph by far. We're doing one of the largest surveys ever done on a big telescope in terms of time, in terms of observations. And then we're using the Texas Advanced Computing Center, which is in the top 5 most powerful computers, #1 for one that a university has access to. So we took these 4 things and we put them together, and we have a crazy experiment. And it's often called that crazy Texas experiment. That's what a lot of my colleagues around the world have been calling it, which that's fine by me. Okay, so just here are some numbers. HeadTechs, by the numbers, we're 40% complete right now, which is super exciting. So I've been doing this project for almost 20 years now. We've been taking data for we have another 2-3 years to go, and people tell me that's so long, and it is just a blink of the eye. To me, I've been doing this for 20 years. I got 2 or 3 more years, and we're going to have a complete survey. It's fantastic. We're going to have 2 to 3 million galaxies. I wrote all the data reduction code in Fortran. I'm old. All the modern code is written in Python. Fortran is so much faster. For those of you who are computer jockeys out there, they would appreciate that. It is so, and so I enjoyed that aspect of it. So I code all day long. If you want to know what I do, I code. So what we are on track to make the best measure ever of how galaxies are distributed 10 billion years ago. We have 10,000 fields to observe. That's the plan. We've observed 40% of those. 1 billion spectra, 1 trillion resolution elements. So what the code is going to do, it's going to sift through, and I'll show you a couple of these resolution elements. It's going to sift through 1 trillion resolution elements and find galaxies. Okay, so this is the big thing we did on the telescope. We took one of the biggest telescopes in the world, and we took it down. We took it down for about 10 years, and we put on a whole new top end, and we put these spectrographs on the side. The only thing we left intact was the primary. We basically rebuilt the whole thing. It had too small of a field. This is where most of the money went in the project. It's always the case where you have this, you get money for your project, you have money that you plan to do for the science analysis, but there's always overruns on the instrument side, and it's because it's hard, and you can't have the science without the instruments, so all the money is always diverted. We're doing well with the National Science Foundation, but still it was a lot of overruns. What is built, it's done, it's beautiful, it's to specification, and that is fantastic. This is the project that I actually envisioned, that I came up with in 2002. It ended up being almost exactly the same, which I was very excited about. So this is the pie chart, which you've probably seen, of what the universe is made of. Okay, and this is what we know now. This is what we think is in the universe. I'll explain why and how HeadTech is going to try to solve this. So there is 74%, and these numbers flop around by a few percent. 70 to 74% is in a dark energy, and I'll talk about that. 21% is in dark matter, and the rest of 5% is in normal matter. And what we are made of, what we live on Earth, is a very small fraction. That mass is normally in hydrogen and helium and neutrinos, and we, as heavy elements, are a measly 0.03%. So we are completely and utterly irrelevant to the universe, and that's why I love astronomy. So this is dark matter and dark energy. I've always said 95% of the universe is in stuff we don't know about. That is remarkable. Dark matter, the problem of dark matter has been around for a very long time. I've been giving talks like this for a long time, and I've been saying for a while, within 1 or 2 years, we're going to measure the dark matter particle. That has not happened. And right now, I would say that it might not be a particle, and we might have to modify the theory of what dark matter is, which is really exciting. Dark energy is even more mysterious. I'll talk about that. But the way we measure these is this model that I showed on the beginning of how the universe expands. We look at how the galaxies are distributed. We turn that back in to an expansion, and we can explain that expansion by 21% of dark matter and 74% of dark energy. So let me go. I'm going to show you a few sets of slides that are the same in terms of concept. This is probably one of the more important cartoons that have been shown multiple times. Down in the bottom left is, so we have a problem when we talk about the evolution of the universe. We have 3 dimensions of space and 1 dimension of time. But I have a 2-dimensional board in order to explain this. And so you have to allow me some leverage in that and try to understand how these go. So time axis is the one that's along the diagonal of this cone, and the space axis. So what we think about when you think about the universe as a whole, you don't think about the expansion of the universe itself. Okay, the universe is, as far as we can tell, is infinite. So, you know, you can't do infinity. I mean, infinity times 2 is still infinity. Infinity times infinity is still infinity. So you can't, it's what we talk about when we talk about expansion. We talk about the average distance between galaxies in the universe is increasing. And then in that regard, it helps you to understand expansion, because then you don't care about infinities. What's happening is the galaxies are effectively spreading out in the universe as it goes. So down here, you can imagine, here's the Big Bang at the point here, and time is going out, and the galaxies are spreading out. And what happens, and so this is a cartoon. So if you follow this cursor, in the very beginning, there was a sudden expansion, which we call inflation. Okay, and we don't understand that, so that's a new concept, that's a new talk, that's a new experiment trying to understand what inflation is. We're a ways away from making that work, but very early on, our universe expanded very quickly, and since then it's expanding slowly, but still expanding. Now the problem is that as you expand, because there is mass in the universe, and because we think we understand how gravity works, that a galaxy on one side of the universe, say over here, and a galaxy on the other side of the universe, over here, will have an effect, will have a gravitational effect. The galaxy over here, here's my cursor, will pull on the galaxy over here, and that expansion should slow down over time. Okay, that's the theory. However, when we went out to measure that expansion, it turned out that, in fact, that was not happening. What was happening is that the universe was accelerating. That is, the expansion was getting bigger. This is the term we call dark energy. We live when we live in the universe 13.8 billion years after the universe began, we live at this transition point between when gravity slowed things down and when it began to expand out. So we're living at this inflection point when a dark energy is beginning to take over. That makes no sense. I'll come back to that later. Okay, so just hold on to that thought. So history of dark energy, 1919, Einstein proposes an acceleration based on he had bad info from astronomer. A brilliant guy, but if you give a brilliant guy bad info, you're going to get the wrong answer. So he came up with the idea of dark energy. 10 years later, in 1929, Hubble discovered that the universe was both larger and expanding. Einstein was actually embarrassed and retracted his idea of dark energy. Back then, he called it a cosmological constant. Fast forward 70 years, 2 teams, Reese, Schmidt, and Perlmutter, got the Nobel Prize for discovering that there is a need for an extra acceleration, harking back 80 years ago to Einstein's idea. Today, Now, 20, 30 years later, I don't even know, 20-some years later, theorists have drawn a blank. Theorists have failed us. They can't solve what dark energy is. We don't know what's going on. I think it's the observers to the rescue at this point to actually try to make finer detail on that expansion rate of the universe. That's where we are. This term, I've said multiple times, they have a shirt in the visitors center that they took from me. What we call dark energy may not be dark, and it may not be energy. What it is, that phrase, dark energy, is a phrase we use that's our lack of understanding of how the universe is expanding. I call it our ignorance term. I mean, it's not, you can't do much beyond that. It's we don't know what it is, so don't get hung up on the phrase. It was a really clever phrase. It sounds great. It sounds important. Dark energy sounds cool. Dark matter, but it is just a phrase, and it's just a phrase that demonstrates our ignorance. This is the equation here. This is also on, I think it's on that same shirt. You can get it at the visitor center there. And I only put it on here because it is a relatively simple equation. This is why I put it on here. On the left is the observation. So this is the observation for the expansion rate. Keep in mind, this is relatively easy. You have to measure the expansion rate. You measure how far an object is away, how fast it's moving. You do that for a bunch of objects, and then you make this model. That's the expansion rate. How much is the universe at a given distance expanding away from us? That's the observation. That's, again, what we're doing in HETEX. On the right is the theory. So left observation, right is theory. 1998, we only had that there was radiation, that there was matter, and then the shape of the universe. And when they did this measurement, they had the observation. That was a measurement that they did. They had the theory with the three terms, and the left side didn't match the right side. In fact, the left side was 3 times larger than the calculation they had on the right side. And it was a collective, uh-oh. And so what they do, what every good scientist would do, is they added in a term, and they gave it a name, dark energy. And that's what we did. That is dark energy. Okay, so now we're going to try to understand this thing, and this is how it works in HETEX, and I want to show you a map in a moment. This is the Big Dipper right here. This region here is what we're going to observe. We are going to do this crazy survey, the Crazy Texas survey, where we are going to tile the sky, and every little spot in this box right here, we are going to take a spectrum. We're going to put a fiber on there, an optical fiber, and we're going to observe it. If I did a zoom into here, this is our footprint on the Hobby-Eberly telescope over on the bottom left. If I did a zoom in one of these boxes here, it looks like this. This is the focal plane of the telescope. I'll show you that in a moment. If you did a zoom in on one of these boxes here, it looks like this little instrument here. We call this an integral field unit, an IFU. This is an array of 448 optical fibers. If I did a zoom in the corner over here, it would look like this image over here in the bottom right. Each little dot there is an optical fiber. And optical fibers are used everywhere. They're used in telecommunications. And what we do then is we observe one chunk of the sky, take our data, and we hope that there's a galaxy somewhere in these optical fibers, and we know our density, so we know we're going to get some. And this is a galaxy light. This is a spectrum. So we take that optical fiber, we put it through a spectrograph, and you get an image like this. And this is the peak here. What we're looking at is gas that was generated in a galaxy from active star formation 10 billion years ago. I'll explain that in a moment too. And then what we do is so here's the focal plane. Again, I want to blow it up, and these are actual images of the fiber. This is the photon's last view of its existence, basically. So what happens, let me walk you through the story of the photon. What happens is, along the galaxy, far, far away, there are 2 clouds in the galaxy early on in the universe, because these are young and early galaxies, and the clouds come together. There's hydrogen in the clouds because it's mainly hydrogen gas, and they collide. The gas excites, is excited, and so if you go down to the individual atom, there's a hydrogen atom, and there's an electron that jumps up in an energy orbit. So it jumps in orbit a little bit higher because there was some type of collision or some type of energy injection. Very quickly, that photon falls back down to the ground state in this one atom. And then when it falls back down, it emits a photon. Okay? And then that's the photon. That photon then starts its travel. Starts its traveling 10 billion, 11 billion years ago. It's traveling through the universe. And things are happening in the universe as it travels through. There's a cluster of galaxies. That photon can be bent around that in its path. The universe is expanding, so the photon is getting its wavelength stretched. And that photon is traveling towards our galaxy, towards our star, straight towards Earth. It sees Texas on the map. It's traveling towards Texas. It sees West Texas, sees the Hobby-Eberly telescope, sees this big primary mirror, bounces in the primary mirror, hits the secondary mirror, and then boom, it sees this. It goes into one of these optical fibers here. It's sent to a spectrograph. That one photon then hits a charge coupled device, our CCD, and it's turned into an electron. We capture its charge, and now we own it. That's that. And so we get a count of one. That photon has been traveling for 10 billion years. It goes into our detector, turns to an electron, and then we can just run it through our electronics, and then we can turn that into an actual count on a computer. And that's how we get the photon. It turns out that we need about 280 is a magic number. If we can get 280 photons in 20 minutes from a galaxy 11 billion years ago, we get enough signal to be able to detect it, record it, and tell how far away it is. That's our magic number. And so these are the photons. This is the stuff I look at all day long. This is my favorite images. These are the actual detectors. Over here, this is the photon comes in, and then it gets spread out according to its wavelength. On the left side is blue light. On the right side is the red light. And I'm looking for these little peaks right here on the detector. So you're looking a cutout of the detector. There's a peak here. There's a peak here. There's a peak here. This galaxy is this is light about 9 billion years ago. 10 billion, 11 billion. I can just look at this and tell because we have blue and red light. And so the farther away it is, the more redshift it is. And so what my code that I've been working on for a long time now is I just try to find these dots. That's what I'm doing. I'm looking for dots. And then once we get that, I record it and I toss it in and I go to the next object. Okay, so here's some more dots. I'll show you a few dots. These are beautiful sources. These are the dots. I can sum it up to one particular, so I can take all these dots and I can compress it and do a cut through. And this is the cut through over here. And this is the wavelength that we get. This is the full spectrum. This is about 10.5 billion years ago. That's what we get. That's what we want. We get a lot of these. Meteors come through. Man, people have been trying to get spectra of meteors for a long time. It's really hard to get a spectra of a meteor because you can't point your telescope. They fly through. We see meteors all the time, but getting the spectra is really hard. But our instrument is so freaking huge that we get meteors all the time. And it took me a good 6 months to figure out what it was. We would see these spectra and they would come and go. I thought it was a plane. I thought it was car lights, blah, blah, blah. And they kept coming all the time. And then finally I talked to Anita Cochran and she was confused too. And then she and I, we went back and forth for a while and we said, it's a meteor. And you're looking at the gas, at the iron that's burning up in the atmosphere. So we have lots of meteor spectra. I don't want those. I don't know what to do with them, but we have some people who are really excited. No one knows what to do about them because they haven't been able to observe these. So we can, if you want meteor spectra, I have a lot for you. Here's an extreme object, which I am crazy excited about because we have this huge observation now. And so we are going to find the weirdos. When most people take spectra of data, what they're doing is they have an image beforehand. And they say, I want to look at that object or that object or this object or that object. But we don't have to worry about that because we're just doing a blind survey. We get what we get. And so we get the objects that have almost no one would choose before. And here is one of those objects. This is a big, broad line, clearly a black hole. And there's no image in here. I call these things naked black holes. I have been thinking about these since my whole career. I did most of my work on black holes. So I'm trying to find, we know that they have to be out there. We know that every galaxy has a black hole. And when two galaxies merge, the black holes will come together. They can orbit around each other, and then they can get ejected through just a gravitational slingshot. So every model predicts this. There has to be these free floating, say that 3 times fast, naked black holes. So black holes with no galaxy about them. No, this is the regime of HETEX. And so there's one here that I'm very excited about. We're gonna, and so I have a bunch of students trying to look for these. So that's not what we really need for this survey, but there is some ancillary science that's going to come off of it. So we have a lot of lines, a lot of spectra I go through, more spectra, so much spectra. And so now let me show you a couple maps. So back up to what we're going to do in the beginning. This is an observation of the early universe. This is the cosmic microwave background. This is a full sky map of the universe. This is the theory. So what we are trying to do is we're trying to map the observations for how mass is distributed. This is one in the very early universe. HETEX has one a bit later on, to what the universe is doing in a theoretical model. So this is how the whole process works, is we have observers and theorists. The observers will make the map, and the theorists then will put in like modifications of gravity, or modifying the Big Bang, or adding extra energy, and they tweak the theory. And they make a new model of the universe, compare the observations, you go back and forth. That's the give and take. And so this is one of the first maps that I made, and I'm super excited by this. I'll show you a few more. So this is the map I showed in the beginning. You as a human are down in the smiley face, down in the bottom corner here when you're looking out. This is a distance, so these objects are these are the nearby objects. I'll show you the distant ones in a moment. So and what you're looking at is how the universe, the galaxies, are clustered, and you see these structures here, these knots and filaments. This is how galaxies are clustered. And that's exactly what we're trying to do. We use the clustering of the galaxy to tell us these 2 points. That is, how gravity works, how strong it is, and how much the universe has expanded. So what we're doing with HETEX is we are making the movie. This is as you look back along this, where my cursor is going, this is time axis. And so there is clustering here, and as the universe evolves, as it gets older and older, the effect of gravity gets stronger and stronger. So the universe will cluster more. So what we're doing in HETEX is we're going to measure the strength of clustering out at the most distant and compare to the nearby. And that's a movie basically of how the universe is clustered. That tells us how gravity works. That tells us how the universe expands. This I made this a few months ago, this map here. And I tell you, so I just took I've been working on the data, just writing computer code. I took the data, I said, I'm going to make this what's called a large scale structure map. It's called a redshift slice. And I'm going to plot everything out. And I made this up, and I just stopped and stared. And I said, it worked. It was a $42 million experiment. And you know, of course, you're going to expect it to work, but until you see it, until you see the data laid out, you are like, oh my God, it worked. And so now what we're doing, now that we have the map, now we're going to go through and do, you know, some fancy clustering analysis and measure how much is clustered here at large radii to how much is clustered down here. And now let me show you. And so this is the same image there. That's the data. And this is a simulation. And so what we do, we compare this to this, and then we can measure the clustering in the simulation, measuring the cluster in the data. We know what numbers we put into the simulation in terms of how strong gravity is, how much the universe expands, and we go that back and forth. Now, very large scale. So this is what's new. So many surveys have measured how the universe is clustered nearby. So this little wedge down here where my cursor is the same as this here. So now I'm going out to larger scales. So people have measured this before. This is new, this out here. This is what we're after. These are what I call a nuisance galaxies. We're going to measure them anyway. These are nearby ones, and these are the distant ones. HETEX, again, is a blind survey, so we get everything in between. There will be galaxies in between here in the universe, but they're not generating an emission line at a specific wavelengths that we can see. Drives me nuts that we can't see these, but this is the ones we care about. And what you see here, don't worry about these radial streaks and these angular streaks. Try to look at the clustering. Try to have your eyes smooth out. And what you see, there's almost no clustering here. Whereas if I blew up in the middle here, you see lots of clustering. Here, you don't see much. And when I first made this, I said, so what I did is I first made this plot, and I said, oh, it worked. And then I made this plot, and I said, oh crap, it didn't work. What is good? Then you know, it took me like 20 seconds, and then I said, gravity really hasn't kicked in yet. And this is 10 billion years ago, right after the universe came together, and gravity hasn't really kicked in yet, whereas it's really kicked in strong down here. And so this is the movie that I'm talking about. This is the region of the sky we're looking at. That's the Big Dipper. We have another field in the fall. It's looking right in between Orion and Arenanus. And this is the one that I just made this again. So this is new data. I just make this and I just stare at it because no one's made this map before. Let me show you a bigger picture. And this is what freaked me out. And this is now, I'll get a little philosophical here. So here's the same map. This is the HETEX data here and here. And we're only at, so this is, when I made this, we only had about 25% of the data processed. So we're going to increase this by a factor of 4. This is the observable universe. This is that red line I showed in the beginning. This is the observable universe. Our experiment is here. There's another experiment called DESI that's going to be in between. We work with DESI now. They're fantastic experiments, Department of Energy. They're about a $500 million experiment. So we're about a $40 million experiment. So they're going to fill in this region here. Look where we are. And so I make this plot. There are no experiments from the edge of HETEX to the observable universe out there. HETEX is it. This is as far as we go. And there's nothing out there. So we're gonna stand strong for a very, very long time. But this is the thing that freaked me out, and this is where it gets philosophical. So I love astronomy because it's so vast, so big. Look, we are, if you think of us as explorers, we're making this map of the universe. We're about halfway out to the observable universe. And as I said in the beginning, you can't see beyond that. So when I made this, in all seriousness, I got a little paranoid because the universe just got smaller. Because what we're doing is we're mapping out the universe. And we think of the universe as infinite, and it is. But to us, the observable universe, that's a certain size. And so we are at the point, we're about halfway out there in terms of mapping the universe, which just kind of blows me away. And so I look at this sometimes late at night, come home, say, I'm going to look at the observer. I'm going to look at this map. And it's just awesome to me. This is what I love about research. So let me jump to how we do this. And this is because I don't want to, I want to make a very important point here. One of the big issues here is trying to vet the sample. We have millions of galaxies, billions of spectra, trillions of resolution elements. So if something weird is going to happen in the calibration, some weird meteor, some weird optics going to be out there, we're going to see it. And it is really hard for us to calibrate everything. And so the human eye is just remarkably efficient at this. Okay, and so we are trying, in order to generate our catalog of what is distant and what is nearby, we are going to use machine learning. We have a big machine learning program going, but we need a lot of people to calibrate this. And so we get a lot of individuals, we train them. We need to order 100 to 1 million galaxies cataloged by a human. And then we can go to a machine learning and do a refinement on that. So I started this with a small group of 5 undergrads, 20, 50. We're going up to hundreds. I used to run these pizza parties. We're going to start them up in the fall where we get like 50 of the undergrads. We had millions of these galaxies. We have thousands of these things. And so we're trying to find a way to merge these things together. And we're getting too small in the university. So I want to, what I call Astro Tinder. And what it is, where's my phone? So what I want you to do, please, you can become a dark energy explorer. So we teamed up with a Zooniverse, and I talked about this earlier, and I should have popped it off my phone, where this image will pop up on your phone, and you swipe left or swipe right if it's distant or nearby. And so I call it Astro Tinder. My dean, I was given this talk about a year or two ago. My dean got really mad and said, he came up after me. He goes, Karl, you can't call it Astro Tinder. He's gone now. He left, so I'm going to call it Astro Tinder again. So right now, so this is the Dark Energy Explorers. You can find it easy on the Zooniverse site. We put this site up 2 months ago, 3 months ago, and I think it surprised the Zooniverse folks. We've had 1.6 million classifications, 4,600 volunteers, and we've gone through 0.12 million of these subjects. Each one is classified between 15 and 20 times, and so we're going to try to get this number up to 1 million. And it has surprised me how useful it's been. Of course, it's great for public outreach. I love to get the people involved in this analysis, but what we're doing is we have an algorithm that tells us what is distant and nearby. And now we have a group of humans who said what is distant and nearby. And it, like 90% of the cases, they match well. Fantastic. But then in those 10%, they don't match. And now we're going in and we're finding where our fault is. It's about, it used to be in the beginning that the humans were always right and the code was wrong. And then we modified the code. And now we're approaching that 50-50 time. But it's been extremely useful to have the group of people classify this. And we've used that. So this is our first workflow of distant and nearby. And now we're going to dig into the harder objects and do a real or fake category. If this has worked so well, we're going to exploit this as much as we can. But we need more people to help out. So there's the big role for HETEX. It's an observational program to get the expansion rate, 11 billion years ago. The two major issues are the nature of dark energy and H0 measures. And I just, this is an exploratory program. HETEX is designed to measure the expansion rate of the universe. We did this huge survey, this huge instrument, and I thought of this whole thing as I treated it as an experiment. Let me stop share for a while, just because I'll talk for a bit. And I treated this whole thing as an experiment, and the idea was to make this measurement. And I've always said this to the deans and the provosts and such. We're going to make the experiment, then I'm going to just toss an instrument off the telescope. The idea is I want this is $42 million for one number, let's say two numbers. So the value of the expansion rate and the uncertainty on the expansion rate. And from those two numbers, then we will try to understand what dark energy is. But I know, and I know from all of the astronomers who are in the collaboration, again, there is so much data. It's such a rich data set that we're just starting to exploit that now. That map, no one, my collaboration hasn't seen that map of the distant universe yet. And there is so much in there in terms of not just understanding how gravity works on large scales, but understanding how gravity works on relatively small scales inside of a galaxy. And that combined with weird types of galaxies, naked black holes. That image I just ended with is I just had to show the black hole in M87. It's one of my favorite objects. I measured the mass of the black hole in that object, so I was very excited. But so where we are now, 40% of the data is in. 2 or 3 more years, we'll be done with all the data. We will probably have a result within a year from now So because the way the results go, the way the analysis goes, is you only gain by the square root. So once we get to half the data, once we get to the full data set, we only improve by about 40% in terms of the analysis. So we should have a result, if there's something interesting, in about a year from now. Whether or not we go out to the press, we don't know. We'll just see how it goes. But our full result will be done in about 3 or 4 years. So let me end there. I always love talking about this stuff. Stay tuned. There's going to be a lot more going on. We don't know what's in there. I sat with some students today where we're going through images. I just cycle through this data and interesting things pop up. And I say, can you go take a look at this and do some study on it? Like one-off objects that are out of a million objects. It's just very exciting. It's what research is about. Okay, thank you for listening. I'm happy to take questions.
Awesome. Man, that was
yeah, sorry, we got a little bit of an echo. I'm not sure where it's coming from.
It might be the echo right there. Yeah, I think we might have got it there. So we do have a bunch of questions, Dr. Gebhardt, if you'd like to take some. There was some really cool stuff. I'm trying to scroll back through here to Jeremy's question. I found very interesting. Is dark matter axions?
Good question. So we have so the idea for dark matter for the longest time had been what we call WIMPs, weakly interacting massive particles. And we have searched for those with physics experiments on the ground, and we tried to put constraints on their masses from astronomical studies as well. And we're almost at the point where we should have detected it on the ground to explain this one particular astronomical observation, and we haven't found it. So the idea of dark matter being a WIMP is running out of steam right now. One that's still standing, you're exactly right, is axions. That's much harder to study on the ground. There are some ways we can do it. We actually have a researcher, a professor Wingett in the astronomy department at UT, who studied white dwarfs, and you can get a little bit of constraint, but it's really, really hard. You can get some constraint on the amount of axions. Excellent question, and the answer is WIMPs are almost, not quite, but almost ruled out. Axions are still remaining, but they're going to be hard to rule out. But it's a good question.
Very cool stuff. And there was a few more in here that I saw. Was there one that stuck out to you, Joe, or do you have a question?
No, Martin's question was interesting. It's kind of more of a philosophical one that I don't think we can answer, but I figured we'd throw that up there anyway. Is or was there a bell on the other end prior to the Big Bang, which is the Great Crunch and then expansion?
So the idea, I didn't get into this. One of my favorite ideas philosophically is the multiverse. Okay, and this is more philosophy, not so much a science, because I try to make a hard line between what you can prove and what you can't prove. If you can prove it with some type of observations, I'll call it science. If you can't prove it, and I get into arguments with my colleagues, then it's still interesting. I love it, and I'll still read it and I'll study it, but I'll call it more philosophy. I'll even call it a religion sometimes, but that would really piss off my colleagues. But the multiverse, I'm really attracted to philosophically. There are, and so to answer Martin's question, that is one idea out there, that we have this infinite sea of bubbling space-time, and you get these pockets of energy fluctuations where a universe comes into existence, and most of them are small enough, they pop into existence, and then they collapse back down. Every now and then you'll get a universe that can expand a little more. Maybe it has a little extra dark energy in there, or maybe it has a little less matter and a lot of energy, so it can expand out. Maybe it has too much matter and collapses back down. But every now and then, because the multiverse is infinity, you will get a Goldilocks universe like ours that has the perfect amount of dark energy, the perfect amount of dark matter, the perfect amount of inflation, and we stick. And so you make a universe. And so prior to the Big Bang, then, would be this bubbling space-time continuum all over, and we just happen to be one that, I mean, we can only live in a universe that allows us, that exists, right? We can't live in a universe with no matter, right? And so of course we would live in the Goldilocks universe by definition. We can't have the alternative. And so yeah, that's a potential, what I would call philosophical alternative to what goes on before the Big Bang.
Excellent. And do you have a time for maybe another question or two?
Of course.
Our good friend Deborah Moran asked, is dark energy possibly geometry, something like water approaching a waterfall?
Yes. So water approaching waterfall, it's interesting. Yeah, I'm trying to make that analogy work, but let me say, so yes, there was a term in that equation that maybe you've memorized, that one of those terms was the curvature of the universe. Mm-hmm. If the universe is curved, and if the curvature possibly changes, which is a hard one, but who knows, then yes, you could have this expansion. So the waterfall analogy is actually a pretty good, I would use like a fire hose or something like that. We're expanding out like that, and it's not because gravity is different or anything like that. It's because space-time is curved differently. And so, yeah, that's a good analogy. There's one that's related, which I like, is called what we call the Hubble bubble, which I like, and that is imagine our observable universe. Okay, it's related very much to Deborah's question. You have this observable universe. We can't see beyond it. Okay, so because the speed of light is finite, but we can see a galaxy just at the edge. Oh, I have my board right here. So if you have this observable universe, say you had a giant structure right here, big cluster of galaxies, lots of mass. And there's a galaxy right here that we can observe this galaxy. We can't see this because it's beyond the observable universe. But this galaxy, because this is so massive, feels the pull of that galaxy. So it gets a little extra pull. And if we don't know that this galaxy exists, then we say, oh, this galaxy is expanding faster than what we think it should be. Not because of anything special like dark energy or modification of gravity, but because there's a thing that we can't see beyond it. Now, so imagine there's a sphere now, and we live in like a hole. We live in like a divot, which is fine. There's going to be fluctuations. And so we're at kind of the middle of a divot. And so all the galaxies at the edge are expanding away, and we call it this weird expansion. We term it a dark energy, and it's nothing more than a weird distribution of space-time, of geometry. And so that, in that case, that's exactly a geometry. So that's a perfect question.
Oh, excellent. And then last one, if you're okay with it. We had a lot of questions, but I want to be mindful of your time. Walt Cooney had asked, how does the dark energy survey overlap and differ from HETDEX?
Okay, so there's a couple dark energies. So so when I started HETDEX a long time ago, there was probably 12 to 15 experiments out there. There's only like 2 or 3 left standing. Dark energy survey is one of them. That one is done taking data. That one is relatively nearby. So the expansion of the universe, his expansion of the universe again. So DES, the dark energy survey, is only looking out to about this window. DESI is looking out to about this window. This is the DES. This is a DESI. We are way out here. We are out in no way, in no person's land. And what is special about that is that, so they're going to nail, so the dark energy survey and DESI are going to nail how the galaxies are clustered in the late universe, the older galaxies. We are going to nail how the galaxies are clustered in the early universe. That's why we did this, because we knew that the dark energy survey and DESI were happening. We knew that was going to happen. So I wanted to push through. So the whole philosophy was to go to a regime which no one has looked before, and that's early in the universe. And then it's that connection between the expansion rate early on and the expansion rate nearby. That's where the models for dark energy works. And so it's a very important overlap.
Excellent. Well, Dr. Gebhardt, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Like I said, I've heard you speak before. I thought it was a fascinating discussion. And you make things simple for folks like us who don't have a PhD in astronomy or physics to be able to understand. And of course, it begs more questions afterwards, but absolutely fascinating talk. And we're going to share with everybody where they can participate in the citizen science portion of this in just a second. But really appreciate you joining us tonight, and wish you continued success, and look forward to seeing all the wonderful data that you guys are producing.
So thank you. It's always a pleasure to talk about it. So great. So thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Have a great weekend.
All right. Take care.
Awesome. Fantastic stuff there, y'all. I mean, it's just fascinating to hear someone of Karl's caliber come in here and just lay it down for us exactly how it is. And, Karl's going to be famous, already is famous. I think they're going to find it. I think they're going to find the answer. And I'm just excited to be a small part of it as a Texas resident.
I didn't want to say anything, right? But I just want to say, look, will you come back and talk to us when you guys win the Nobel for your research there? So.
Absolutely. We'd love to have him, and such a fascinating talk. And we missed a lot of great questions, guys. We apologize for that. We want to be mindful of the speaker's time. I have several questions, but I have his email, so I'm probably going to throw a few his way. So
yeah. Well, look, to accommodate Dr. Gebhardt's schedule, we pushed back some of the giveaways. Will, I don't know.
You want to get stuff away?
Get stuff away.
Okay.
All right. Let me get this up here, ready to go for everybody. It is the continuation of the Great Texas Giveaway. And unlike a normal TSP where you must be present to win, here you must be socially distanced to win. So let's go on and give away some prizes. So the next prize that we're going to give away is a $50 Amazon gift card from, again, the Houston Astronomical Society. The great folks there. And the winner is Fred Tenney of the Colony, Texas. So congratulations, Fred, on winning that $50 Amazon gift card.
Fred Tenney, is that Gatorades? Is that the same Fred?
Is it?
I think it might be. Congratulations.
Awesome.
If it is, that's awesome.
Excellent. So the next door prize is the book, A Night Watchman's Journey. I have it right here. This is the very one that's going to go out to the person that wins. It is autographed by David Levy. Ooh. I had the opportunity to meet him last Valentine's Day. I spent Valentine's Day with David Levy. And that'll be going out to the winner. And that person is Terry Van of Fairfield, Texas. Congratulations, Terry. By the way, one of our speakers for tomorrow is David Levy himself. So I think it's an appropriate gift given who we have speaking to us.
And very generous of you, Joe. Thank you for doing that.
Oh, absolutely. My pleasure.
I know Terry, and I know he'll enjoy it. So
excellent. Excellent. All right, we've got another set of Poro Prism binoculars, some 7x50s from our friends over at Vixen Optics, Star Guy, and Berlebach. And the winner of this door prize is Jeff Goes from Aptos, California. We've got another winner in California. Congratulations, Jeff.
Awesome.
And from our friends at Sivani, we've got an 80mm achromatic refractor package. Nice. Very
Sweet.
Nice. And that is going to John Lamont of El Paso, Texas. So probably the person closest to the Texas Star Party
out in the
out west
town of El Paso.
Yeah, congratulations, John, for winning the 80mm achromatic refractor package. We also have another $50 AstroZap e-gift certificate, and the winner of that door prize is Eric Faust from Ann Arbor, Michigan. I thought I saw Eric in the chat there. I may be mistaken.
Yeah, maybe so.
Maybe. Okay.
I'm sure they'll chime in if Eric's out there.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, Savani has given us also a 9mm 1 1/4 inch eyepiece to give away. We can never have too many eyepieces, and the winner of this is David McCoy from Plano, Texas. Congratulations, David. And we've got, and these things are awesome. You saw the ad earlier, Celestron Power Tank Lithium Pro. The winner of this door prize is Donald Bradford of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Congratulations, Donald.
Yeah, that's a beautiful piece. I have that one as well. Those things are amazing. I'll run my scope for like 4 or 5, 6 nights straight without having to recharge it on that thing. It's amazing.
Absolutely. And we're going to give away more prizes here in just a moment, but we figured we would let you all hear from some of our sponsors and advertisers, I should say. And bear with me one second. Well, you know, you were talking about the Celestron Power Tank. How long have you had that?
Oh man, I have like almost all of them, like all the different versions that they release. I have the big, the middle, the small. And I've had, since they released it, I was like, that's a must do. And I don't regret it because again, I use that thing all the time. I use it more than like shore power for my telescope, which is still, but it's so convenient to strap it on the leg of the equatorial mount and let it roll, you know?
Absolutely. And I apologize. I'm having a hard time bringing this up here, but
that's all right. We got plenty of other stuff coming, guys. We have a trivia contest in a minute. So you're not going to want to miss that because you still have a chance to win some awesome stuff. We're going to give away another shirt here in a few minutes as well. So there's plenty of time to win some more stuff. And again, these door prizes are for the past TSP attendees, but there's plenty of chances for you guys in the chat to win. Lots of trivia. I know Debbie Moran is ready for that next trivia contest because she is mopping the floor up with those answers, I think.
All right. Hey, Will, we're ready to go, and wanted to let everybody get a little bit of an experience of where we do these star parties and let you hear about the ranches.
Well, there's a shot of the T-shirt. If you guys are doing that. And we're back from our
we're
breaks. These awesome commercial breaks, man. I mean, that one was made by the Chili Scopes people. We put together a few of them, and just fun, man. It feels like we're a professional setup here. Maybe
that's it. But again, the X-Bar Ranch, the Prude Ranch, the folks over at Chili Scope have been wonderful advertisers and have given us some wonderful things to give away to everybody. And we're going to give away some more stuff. So let me know when you can see that.
There it is.
All right. Next door prize donated by the Texas Star Party is a $50 Amazon gift card. And the winner is Joe Hudson from Longmont, Colorado. Congratulations, Joe.
All right.
I want a $50 Amazon.
I know,
gift
man.
card.
Why can't
Neither you nor I have won.
No, we haven't. No. There's still hope.
Next door, yeah, there is. Keeping my fingers crossed. Next door prize is a Hubble Optics Hubble 5-star artificial star. The winner is Dan Clark from Rio Rancho, New Mexico.
Congratulations, Dan.
Congrats. And then Celestron Power Tank Glow 5000. Winner is Mark Spearman from Wheelock, Texas. Congratulations,
Nice.
Mark. Yeah, that's very nice.
Absolutely.
Another pair of 7x50 Poro Prism binoculars from Vixen Optics Star Guy in Burlebach. Look at that. Renee Gadaley from the Woodlands, Texas is the winner. Congratulations, Renee.
All right.
I know she's going to use that for outreach.
I bet you so.
And we also have another 7x50 Poro Prism binocular set from Vixen Star Guy in Burlebach. Winner is Daniel Chavez from Concord, California. We had a lot of representation from California this time around. So congrats everybody to those who won. And we look forward to giving away more prizes tomorrow night.
Absolutely. We've got a few more prizes to give away. So stick around for tomorrow night. Again, there's another trivia thing tomorrow night. We got giveaways tomorrow night, and we'll have David Levy with us, which is going to be epic. The one and only David Levy. And we'll have Stephen Hummel with us as well. And also another thing that ends tomorrow night, Joe, is the virtual Texas Star Party auction. And
that's it.
There it is right there, guys. And we do have a banner with the website, which I'll throw up right now. There it is. That's the website you want to go to if you want to be a part of the auction. Now, we do have a 2-night, 3-day stay at the X-Bar Ranch. You can see it there. Oh, I see that number is increasing. That means there are people bidding. And we have the same sort of stay, but at a different ranch, the Prude Ranch, a 2-night, 3-day stay for a winter weekend stay at the Prude Ranch. And both of those are on there now. You can use the link below to go bid. And again, you're going to get a crazy awesome deal if you win this auction. And like Joe said earlier, the money goes to the Texas Star Party to help us make a better event and to maybe do more stuff like what we're doing here from the ranch in the future. Who knows? But that is an option for you guys that want to get in on that. And again, Joe, I think that's something I want to bid on.
Yeah, no, give me 1 second here. It's go ahead and bid on that.
Let me step on in here and get that.
Yeah, but like you said, Will, for those who haven't had a chance to bid on any of those items yet, get in. It's going to be a madhouse. Take advantage of these wonderful gifts by both the X-Bar Ranch and the Prude Ranch, and see if you can win those prizes and get out there with your telescopes.
Yeah, and it's worth it, y'all. I promise you, it's worth the price you're going to pay to stay at either of those ranches. Even if you just go, during new moon on your own, I promise you won't be disappointed in both of those places. Very astronomer friendly, both of them. And I guarantee you'll have a good time.
Yeah.
And, so, no, I guess we're going to the next thing, correct?
Well, I was going to say, look, if you don't win one of these auction prizes and you're looking for an astronomy-themed trip, there's no better place to do that than through Sky and Telescope trips themselves. So Sky and Telescope puts on a number of astronomy-related trips throughout the year. A lot of them are focused around things like eclipses, right? There are several eclipse trips. There was just an eclipse yesterday that they were up on an airplane to watch the annular eclipse, and it seemed like a pretty fantastic event. Kelly Beatty is the person from Sky and Telescope. He's a senior editor there, I should say, and does a lot of these trips, puts a lot of time and effort into planning these things. and it just puts out a fantastic event time after time. And Will, you and I had a chance to catch up with him the other day, and we shared that yesterday, but we figured it'd be a great opportunity to share it again with our viewers tonight, to see what goes into these Sky and Telescope tours and what all they offer. So this is Kelly Beatty. Welcome, everybody. We're here with Kelly Beatty, who is a senior editor with Sky and Telescope and the man who puts together all of the Sky and Telescope tours. Kelly, how are you?
Hey, it's great. Great to be with you.
Wonderful. We're glad to have you with us. Hey, we've heard a lot about the Sky and Telescope tours. Can you tell us a little bit about what these tours are and what goes into creating a tour?
Sure. And I'll use the one that's coming up in just on Thursday as an example. It's an annular eclipse of the sun, but the path starts in Canada and heads off, over the North Pole to Siberia. Not a lot of people are going to see it. In the Northeast, it'll be a deep partial eclipse. 2 years ago, I started planning to fly a plane into the path of the annularity so that a few dozen people with us on the plane could see it. And it's taken a long time, a lot of work, but it's coming to fruition. And we're going to be leaving from Minneapolis before dawn, fly over southern Canada, see the annular eclipse, and then set back down in Minneapolis after a flight of about 3 hours. That flight has been 2 years in the making, and that's kind of the cadence that we work on in planning the tours at Sky and Telescope. Now, there are some tours that we are doing every year, like we do an annual tour to Iceland. And in fact, the picture that you see behind me is my background. I took that picture in 2019. We had an exceptional year of auroras that year. And as you might know, we're coming up on solar maximum in just 3 or 4 years. So it should get pretty good. That's a tour that's pretty easy to set up because it's kind of plug and play. But this eclipse flight or taking people to to the Yucatan Peninsula for an eclipse, or Easter Island, all of those are coming up. Those take a lot of careful coordination. We have a couple of companies that we work with that we really trust and are happy with, that provide the very best accommodations. And it's a lot of work, but it's very fulfilling.
Absolutely. Now, with the pandemic, obviously having hit the entire world, and people staying away for travel for quite some time now, and thankfully, it looks like we're starting to emerge from that a little bit. What's the demand look like for astronomy-based or space-based type of travel?
Well, like a lot of travel, I think there's plenty of pent-up demand, not only because people are tired of being locked up and they really do want to travel again, but also because a lot of people had trips planned that they ended up not going on. They didn't spend that money. And a lot of people we find on our tours are sort of, baby boomers who have lots of free time. They're still adventurous. They have a lot of disposable income. And so they're willing to go on interesting trips. And you mentioned the pandemic. Were it not for that, I would just be coming back from a 10-day tour of Italy, where we go to Galileo's birthplace and go visit the meteorite collection at the Vatican Observatory, and that's been rolled over to next year. So it's true, the pandemic really hit us hard, especially like the total solar eclipse last year in December. It's painful to even think about.
Right.
There'll be more eclipses, right? And there are more opportunities, and so we're actually kind of front loading our tour inventory, if you will, with lots of places to go, not just for eclipses. We have tours planned for Botswana and Hawaii and Australia and Italy, I mentioned, all of which are not connected to any particular event at all. They're just wonderful places to go.
Wonderful. And for somebody who's looking to do one of these tours for the first time, what's the best bit of advice you can give to one of those first timers as they embark on one of these tours?
What we try to do, there's always an astronomical component to the tours, be it an eclipse or like the Vatican Observatory, but we're not like, it's not like a march from observatory to observatory to see everything we possibly can. People go to see eclipses often because they're in a place where they've always wanted to go, Chile in South America, or Hawaii, or there's an eclipse coming up on Easter Island, and who hasn't wanted to go to Easter Island, right? And it provides a convenient opportunity to make that dream come true. So we make it a well-rounded set of activities, not only for the diehard stargazer in the family, but maybe the spouse who may or may not be as interested, or whoever is coming along. And that way everyone has fun. The thing about eclipses in particular, solar eclipses, you're dependent on the weather. And so we want to make sure that the tour itself is very satisfying and a great experience, so that the eclipse, although the highlight of the tour, it's not a make or break situation. If we happen to get clouded out, we still have a great tour.
Excellent. Well, I know you had a question you wanted to ask as well.
Yeah, you've been to a couple of Texas Star parties, I think, right? And I was wondering, because I seem to be the guy that asks this question of all of our guests, but I'm interested in this sort of direction of thing. Like, what is one thing you took away from the Texas Star party? I know you called it the land of large daubs.
The land of the giant daubs.
Yeah.
I mean, and why not, right? You're going to take advantage of the clarity and the utter darkness of that location. You might as well bring as much glass as you possibly can to see all the things that you've read in books, like the Herschel 500 list and things that you've never been able to see from your home because of light pollution or lack of aperture or whatever it might be. And here it's like the mecca of big telescopes and dark skies. And so I have not been to TSP in a number of years. I am itching to get back.
We hope there soon, man. We're hoping to all go back too. With the whole last couple of years having to cancel, of course, it's not been that fun. And so hopefully you can join us out there. Maybe have a Sky and Telescope tour, bring some people to Texas Star Party, and then we can all just have a good time out there. That'd be pretty cool.
Interesting you should mention that, because of course we have a tour to Texas for the eclipse in 2024. And we thought about making our way out to McDonald Observatory in Fort Davis, and we're still working on that possibility. We'll be there and you won't, because you'll be in the path of the eclipse somewhere.
Yep. Excellent. Last question I've got for you, Kelly. You've obviously traveled the world to observe a lot of these wonderful astronomical phenomena, and had an opportunity to see a lot of the sites and whatnot. Is there something that's still on your bucket list that you would like to do that you haven't done yet?
In terms of visiting places in the world and with an astronomy band?
Yes.
It's coming up this December. Sky and Telescope has a tour to see a total solar eclipse. The only places you can see it are Antarctica.
Wow.
It's too cold, I'm sorry. And out in the middle of the ocean. And so I'm going to be on a cruise ship that, as you know, it's summer in the Southern Hemisphere, December is. And so there are a lot of cruise ships, and this particular cruise, as many will get to set foot on Antarctica. I get to play with the penguins, and that is definitely on my bucket list and my wife. She would not be denied. She is definitely coming along, and we're really looking forward to that one.
Cool.
Wow.
Excellent. All right. And for anybody who wants to get more information about these tours, where can they go?
Just our Sky and Telescope website, skyandtelescope.org. And there's a nav button on the homepage, big one that says tours, and just click. We've got 10 active tours right now, with 2 more that I'm about to load that I can't tell you about. But
okay.
it's a great selection, and I encourage people to have a look. And if they have questions, fire off a message to me, kbd@skyandtelescope.org, and I will happily get back to you.
Excellent. And they can follow you online. You've got a podcast as well that people can subscribe to.
I do. It's a once a month podcast, basically for beginners, for people who are just getting an understanding of the sky. It's like 12 minutes long, no equipment required. Just, as I say, just bring your curiosity at my podcast, and I'll show you the night sky. Excellent.
Well, Kelly, we really appreciate everything that you're doing. Can't wait to participate in our first Sky and Telescope tour. That's something that I was hoping to do this past year in Chile, but obviously wasn't able to do that because of COVID. But we look forward to all the wonderful things that you and your team are putting together. So thank you very much for joining us today.
It's my great pleasure, guys. Thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely. Take care.
Take
Bye.
care.
Man, Kelly's such a cool guy to talk to. He's just
He really is
a great guy, really laid back, super approachable. So we're excited to have him as a part of our program, and excited to have Sky and Telescope with their tours, man. This is, something I've always wanted to do, like you and I talked about, and it's on the agenda, man. I think I might have to make one of these work.
I mean, you look at where they go: Botswana, Antarctica, right?
Iceland,
Iceland's been on my bucket list forever, right? There's no reason I have now not to go to Iceland and kind of wrap it around an astronomy trip too, right? So I just need to make sure to get that done. But Will, I think you know what time it is right now, right?
I think I know what time it is. It might be.
What time is it?
For some trivia?
Trivia time. All right. Well, hey, folks, we did this again last night. We're doing it again today. Top 3 winners win these awesome prizes. You can see over here, the first prize winner gets a Celestron Power Tank Lithium. These things are awesome, as Will said. They're fantastic. I'm jealous of whoever wins. So that's going to be the first prize that we give out for the first prize winner. Second place gets a $50 Amazon gift card, courtesy of the Texas Star Party. And third place gets a t-shirt and hat combo from our friends over at Infinities. And man, I kind of want one of those t-shirt and hat combos too. I haven't gotten anything from Infinities in the last year because we haven't been able to go to TSP. But they make awesome t-shirts, awesome hats, and that is the third place prize for tonight's winner. So, Will, let me get my screen shared over here, and we'll get
rolling.
Quiz going.
There's you guys go to a website, you enter a number, you put your name in there, and you're in the trivia contest. And then all you have to do really after that is put your thinking caps on, because I know our buddy Don, who's our executive producer, sitting in the back room. I can see him laughing right there. I can see him laughing. I know he's probably got some wild questions for you guys, and those 3 prizes are incredible. This is going to be I really can't wait to see if our current leaderboard stands, if we get some new stuff in the mix. So we got 10 questions, right, Joe? And
we have 10 questions, and I'm going to go through the rules over here. If you were on with us early in the beginning of the show, the program, we talked about what those rules were, how to play the game, participate in the trivia, and hopefully everybody still remembers that. But for those of you who are joining us later on and haven't had a chance to kind of go through that, we'll step through the rules one more time. So here are the rules. When we give you the code, and you can see it there up there at the top, you'll log in with your real name. Please don't use nicknames. Don't use the name it gives you from by default. Put your real name in so we can verify you as the winner. Hopefully you walk away with that power tank or one of those t-shirt and hat combos. And, we need to know who you are in order to be able to give that to you. Yesterday, we gave you 15 seconds to answer each question. Today, we're giving you an extra 5 seconds, 20 seconds to answer each question. You do get points for answering correctly. You get more points the quicker you answer those questions. And if you don't answer the question correctly, you answered it incorrectly, you don't get any points. So faster correct answers get more points. And the top 3 finishers win a prize, as we showed earlier. So we'll give everybody a chance to jump in here. Here's the QR code if you want to go ahead and scan this and join us in the game. Or if you want to pull up a browser on your iPhone or Android device or your laptop, go to www.menti.com and use the code 35970262. Again, that code is 35970262. And we'll give everybody about a minute or so to jump in here. Will, yeah. I don't know about you. I wish I could participate in this quiz here. I don't know if I would do well, but
yeah. Well, I guess that's set up by Don. I guess we'll find out how well we do against Don's brain. But I just had one question, Joe. Was that Pitbull in that?
That was Pitbull. Yes. So I wanted to try to hopefully get everybody hyped up here and ready to go for the quiz. But I am. What's that?
Oh, I said there's going to be some good questions, man.
Yeah, and I promise there are no questions about Pitbull. This is all TSP astronomy themed, no Pitbull questions. So Don, when you're putting the quiz together tomorrow, maybe we can throw a Pitbull question in there. No, I'm just joking.
I'm trying to think of a good Pitbull reference, but none are coming to mind.
Yeah, same here. So we're going to give everybody another 20 seconds or so to jump in. Again, menti.com. Use the code 35970262, or just scan that QR code and jump in the game with us.
Yeah. And again, put your thinking caps on, because I know Don, he's scaling these up as we go along. And some of them might be common knowledge, but some of them might make you think a little bit. But just bring up your cell phone with the camera, hold it up to that QR code Joe has for us there, and that'll take you directly into this right here.
Yeah, absolutely. We're getting more and more people jumping in. This is your last 10 seconds or so to get in. But again, menti.com, and use the code 35970262. And remember to use your real name so that we can verify who the winners are. Okay.
And Mary Jane doesn't think Don knows who Pitbull is.
We'll talk to him after the show, Mary Jane, and let him know. So, all right. Trivia is starting now.
Here we go.
Answer fast to get more points. That's the name of the rules here. Thought to be a strong indicator of life, phosphine gas was recently found in the atmosphere of which planet? Is it Jupiter, Mars, or Venus? Thought to be a strong indicator of life, phosphine gas was recently found in the atmosphere of which planet? Got 3 seconds left.
Here we go.
Time's up. And most people said Venus. Yes, the correct answer is indeed Venus. So very good question by Don there. And, a little bit of information. Venus, though the detection and meaning of phosphine gas is being challenged, that is true. So, a lot of early excitement about that. And people are starting to come back and say, let's think about this real quick. But yes, indeed, the correct answer is Venus there.
Shocking.
All right, let's take a look at our leaderboard. Who took the lead here?
Oh, boy.
Up. Tom Weidman. The fastest answer there, 975 points, followed by Tom Laskowski and Israel Montesoro. All right, everybody else who's in here, there's still a chance to catch up. This game changes all the time. All right, here we go for question number 2.
Here we go.
C-2020 Neowise is a long-period comet whose orbit was altered during its recent trip around the sun. How long will it take to return?
Ooh, man, this is a tough one right there.
I would have to guess here. Yeah, 1234 years, 687 years, 6,766 years, or 4,576 years.
Place your bet, folks.
If you get this right and you knew it, congratulations.
Yeah, exactly.
6,766 years. Answer C. Surprisingly, that had 8 people answer it. So
a split answer too, though. Interesting.
Yeah, let's see who got this.
Ooh, wow.
Look at Tom. Just raking up here.
Yeah, he's so good.
Yeah, and Israel is right on his tail, and Walt Cooney coming in third place. Walt, congratulations for jumping in the top 3. Like I said, folks, these things change all the time, so don't ever give up. On April 19th, 2021, a new milestone for powered autonomously controlled flight was achieved. What was the name of the flight vehicle? Was it Falcon Heavy Rocket, Ingenuity Helicopter, Mars Hopper Copter, or Solar Impulse Drone?
I know this answer.
Yeah, this is just a couple of months ago, right?
Yeah.
A new milestone for powered autonomously controlled flight.
Yes, sir.
Curious to see what everybody says. The bulk of the folks got it right. Ingenuity Helicopter. Absolutely correct. So Ingenuity Helicopter had its first flight on another planet. And Will, I know you and I were watching that intently and really, really stoked about that.
Yep, we those answers persevered through that, didn't they?
We sure did, and I like the pun there. Uh-oh. Hey, look, Tom slipped a little bit. You see what I mean, right? But Tom, there's still a chance to kind of catch up. But Israel takes the lead there. Walt Cooney in second place, and Joe Fregola is in third. Pradeep was the fastest to answer there, so excellent. Nice. All right, we're going to go to question number 4 here. Be ready to answer. Many noteworthy people have subscribed to Sky and Telescope. Who in the following list did not have a personal subscription to the magazine? Was it Johnny Carson, Arthur C. Clarke, Albert Einstein, or Richard Milhouse Nixon?
I can't believe you knew the middle name for Richard Nixon, Joe. That's impressive.
I couldn't tell you what Arthur C. Clarke's middle name is. But all right, time is up. And 15 people guessed it correctly. Albert Einstein was the one person who did not have a subscription to Sky and Telescope. But he did own a telescope given to him by Sky and Telescope subscribers V. Gazzari. So there you go. I guess he was too busy writing those articles that would end up in Sky and Telescope anyway, right?
Right. Eventually, yeah.
All right. Let's take a look at the leaderboard. Oh, Walt slipped there, as did Tom. Israel extends the lead a little bit. Joe Fragola and Pradeep is in third place. Celsa was the fastest there, so she moves up into fifth place. Awesome. We're seeing a lot of position changes here. And here's question number 5. In 1974, Carl Sagan and Frank Drake of SETI fame broadcast message to a deep space object. Where did they beam this message to? Was it M31, the Andromeda Galaxy, Globular Cluster M13, Star Proxima Centauri, or M51, the Whirlpool Galaxy? And there you can see kind of the binary representation of that picture that they beamed out there. Is it 3 seconds, 2, 1? Time's up. Most people said Proxima Centauri. No, it is indeed Globular Cluster M13. M13. Yes, I remember. So that may have jogged the memory at one point had I read that. But Sagan and Drake used the Arecibo Radio Telescope, RIP, to beam the message to Globular Star Cluster M13. So there you go.
Awesome.
That really is. Let's take a look at the leaderboard, see where things have changed. Israel holding strong, as is Joe. Building that lead up. Israel Monteroso is at 4,480 points, and Joe right behind him. Excellent. So like I said, folks, anything can happen. People can get the wrong questions, and you can come back. So here's question number 6. In 2010, Odyssey 2 Chinese astronauts land on the moon to refuel and are stranded by a new life form. What moon did they land? Is it Io, Europa, Titan, or Ganymede? This is the famous Arthur C. Clarke book, 2010, the sequel to 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Wow.
What moon did they land? 11 people answered correctly with Europa. Europa. That's actually where the first movie was set, as though the book as well was set. So, Pradeep didn't get that one.
Man, look at the leaderboard fluctuate there. Wow.
Yeah. Israel holding strong. Joe's closing the gap a little bit. Tom and Walter are starting to catch up as well. Question 7. We've got just a few more questions left over here. This constellation is named for a mythological hero who used a gory bag of tricks to slay a sea monster and save a princess. Was it Hercules, Ophiuchus, Perseus, or Cepheus?
Ooh, this is a tough one, actually.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Constellation lore is complicated, folks.
Hercules, Ophiuchus, Perseus, or Cepheus? Time is up. Perseus is what most people went with, and yes, that is indeed the correct answer. Perseus, if you've read any Greek mythology, slayed Medusa, used the head of Medusa to kill Cetus the sea monster and rescue Andromeda. Let's take a look at the leaderboard, see how things pan out here. Oh, Tom Laskowski coming in strong there, closing the gap. Joe even closing the gap as well. So that man, there's less than 100 points separating first and second place.
Yeah.
We're down to our last 3 questions. Here we go. What is the nickname for the deep sky object M51? Is it the Blue Snowball, the Whirlpool Galaxy, the Silver Coin Galaxy, or the Pinwheel Galaxy? This is one of our favorite things to look at, Will. You and I were at the X Bar recently looking at this through the telescopes.
We definitely were.
Yes.
It's still there. I can tell y'all it's still there.
It is still there. All right, time's up. Ah, nice. Most people got this correct. The Whirlpool Galaxy. So Messier Object 50 M51 is also known as the Whirlpool Galaxy. So congratulations to everybody who got that. You know, we're hiding now the leaderboard screen so that we don't see where all the jockeying is. We're going to go straight into the last two questions here.
Oh, yeah.
This is where it gets tense.
Oh, boy.
In 1967, grad student Jocelyn Bell Burnell found the first known pulsar. What codename was it given due to its precisely timed radio signal? Time X1, LGM1, or 12 Seiko?
Ooh. I don't know the answer to this, Joe.
Yeah, I remember seeing this a couple of years ago. Leave it to Don to come up with these awesome questions.
Exactly.
Time is up. And, you know, the majority of the people got it. LGM1. Awesome.
Wow.
So LGM1 stands for Little Green Men 1. And its timing was so precise, it sounded like a signal from ET.
Oh, very cool.
All right, last question, everybody. And this is for all the marbles. Well, cumulatively. But we're going to get to a set of winners here. And here we go. What was Hubble's 1925 discovery that changed the way we see the universe? Galaxies are receding from us, universe is expanding, measured the rotation of the whirlpool in M51, or measured the first distance to a nearby galaxy. This might be a trick question, Will. I don't know.
This is a toughie because it does seem like it could go a few different ways here.
Absolutely. Time is up. And 22 people got it wrong. Measured the first distance to a nearby galaxy. That's absolutely correct. And that's why I said it might be a little tricky, right? The Hubble constant is, kind of attributed to him, but he did measure the first distance to a nearby galaxy. Don, you sly dog you with that trick question.
Sly dog.
Yeah, Hubble's distance to Andromeda Galaxy proved it had to be outside of the Milky Way. So, congratulations to everybody who participated. But the winner of tonight's trivia contest is...
When the number
this all pans out. Israel Monteroso, congratulations. You know, he held on strong for a good portion of it, lost it a little bit, and came back to win, and barely eked out by 15 points to win over Joe Frigola. Joe, congratulations. You did an awesome job as well. You win second place, and Tom Laskowski coming in strong third. Our good friend Walt just missed the cut there, fourth place. But to Israel, Joe, and Tom, congratulations. You all are winners in tonight's trivia contest. And Will, do you think we might be able to flash where those folks might be able to email everybody so we can get them their prizes?
Will they do that? Let's see. I think it's right there.
There you go. So for Israel, Joe Frigola, Tom Laskowski, please email us at vtsp@texasstarparty.org so we can get those prizes over to you and verify you are who you are. And thank you all for kind of following the rules and making sure you put your names in there. It makes it a lot easier for us to do that. So let me go ahead and stop that. And again, congratulations to everybody who played and all the winners.
Yeah, and great questions, Don. Those are always fun. I mean, trivia definitely kind of breaks you out of the thing and, makes you think a little bit, which is, we like to think as astronomers, I think.
We do, maybe
a little. Maybe we overthink the thinking part. I don't know. But at any rate, get down there to the VTSP at texasstarparty.org. If you're one of our three winners, we're going to match the email name with your name, and we're going to send you those awesome prizes, which, again, I'm very jealous of. But, Joe, I think right now maybe I can switch gears a little bit to where we can give away maybe a T-shirt. If you guys might know, why I'm putting that hashtag right there. Somewhere. But look, you guys might know what to do with that. And if you don't, type hashtag Celestron into the chat, and you're going to be automatically entered to win an awesome T-shirt designed by our friends the Obers and Tara Krashansky. It's a cool T-shirt. It's a one of a kind thing. It'll only happen once this way. So if you want a T-shirt, there's a way you can order those. We've been over that too, and you go to TexasStarParty.org and you can order the T-shirt there, or you can just type Celestron #Celestron into the chat. I see them coming in, Joe. There they are.
Yeah, I see them as well. So keep those coming in. What we're going to do now is, listen to a few of our sponsors and advertisers. Karl's going to get mad at me for saying that, but we'll listen to a few of our advertisers here and give everybody else a chance to enter that hashtag that you see there below. Regardless of what platform you're on, we can see where you're putting it in, and we're going to draw one person's name who gets that in correctly. Got to spell it correctly. If you're off by, even one character, we don't get to see it. And you can put it in as many times as you want. You still only get one entry per person. So we'll be back after the ads to pick a winner.
Did you know that Takahashi America is part of Land, Sea, and Sky, located in Houston, Texas? Takahashi designs and creates optical tube assemblies, mounts, eyepieces, and accessories for both visual astronomical observing and astrophotography. Land, Sea, and Sky is the distributor for all Takahashi equipment made in Japan and destined for North and South America. You can learn more about Takahashi by visiting us online at takahashiamerica.com.
And we're back.
Yeah.
Something happened, but we're back. And I don't know, Joe. What we should do now is probably hear from, I guess, Explore Scientific, and then we're going to give y'all a few more minutes to get that hashtag. What was it? Hashtag Celestron?
Hashtag Celestron. So get that in if you haven't done that yet. We've collected several entries already. We want to give everybody else a chance to win. So hashtag Celestron, enter that in. We're going to hear from Explore Scientific, and when we get back, we'll give away a T-shirt.
All right.
I'm Kent Martz with Explore Scientific. Today I want to talk to you about our Alpen and Bresser lines of really great binoculars, as well as our new giant binoculars. More about those in just a minute. The Alpen Teton 10x42 binoculars are spectacular. They're multi-phase coated, they're ED, HD extra low dispersion glass. They have an Abbe prism with special coatings that are proprietary to us that provide clear, sharp, crisp images. Comparing these to binoculars that are just a couple of years old, I was blown away by how spectacular these binoculars are. These Alpen 10x42s also come with the A-lock system that allows you to lock your diopter so that you can set it for what you want and then lock it. It comes with twist-up eye cups and offers long eye relief for people who wear glasses like I do. They're just a spectacular piece of engineering and optical performance. I'd also like to talk about and introduce you to the Explore Scientific giant binoculars. These binoculars are fantastic. This pair is the 120 millimeter pair of binoculars. They start at 70 millimeters and go up from there. Really, these are two 120 millimeter telescopes mounted side by side. They come with the Explore Scientific waterproof 62 degree 20 millimeter eyepieces right here. Independent focus, as well as the ability to change the interpupillary distance so that you can set them to your face. These are a spectacular pair of binoculars. The accessory U-mount is available for additional price. And let you look down the barrel of these. It's just a beautiful pair of binoculars. I've used them on the sun. I've used them on Orion's Nebula. It is just fantastic to look through these. Now, when I say I've used them on the sun, we have made safe solar filters for these that come in a big oval so you can use these safely on the sun. Because you're using two eyes, it gives you a great three-dimensional view of the sun, makes sunspots look just absolutely fantastic. For more information or to purchase these binoculars or the giant binoculars, go to explorescientific.com.
I want those binoculars.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
Teresa said it, like, yeah, look at those.
Yes.
I can't wait to look through those.
I was about to say the exact same thing. Those things, they look fantastic. I wish we were at the Texas Star Party where a lot of the vendors come out and bring those new gadgets and gizmos that they've worked on, and we could take a look through those. But we're here and we're ready to give away a t-shirt, Will.
Yeah, I got a t-shirt that we can give away. Well, Dawn has it. It's not mine. It's not Dawn's either. It's an actual fresh, unworn t-shirt.
No odor to
yeah,
smell
no,
from or anything
none
else
of
like
that.
that.
No coffee stains. I've been surprisingly careful with the shirt and no coffee stains on it, which is hard for me.
That's it. I know. But we're going to give away a t-shirt. So for those of you who have not done so yet, go ahead and enter hashtag Celestron, and we will give that t-shirt away here in just a second.
Last few seconds. I see
last 2 seconds.
Trees. There's good. That's a good. You're likely to win. You're likely.
All right. Here we go.
Here we go. Lots of familiar names and faces in there.
Absolutely.
Oh.
Chaz Hafey. Congratulations, Chaz. Or Haffey?
Yeah, Chaz Hafey. Yeah, one of them.
Yeah. Chaz, congratulations. You are the winner of the 2021 TSP t-shirt. So if you get a chance, Chaz, you're watching, go ahead and email us at vtsp@texasstarparty.org so we can get your details, your t-shirt size, things like that. And we'll make sure to get that t-shirt over to you.
There it is.
Congratulations, Chaz. There you go.
Yeah. And there's the email address that you can send it to us. What an amazing evening, man. I mean, it's just been, last night was amazing. We had F-Back and Larry Mitchell here with us, and so much fun stuff. Tonight we had Stephen J. O'Mara, the man, the myth, the legend, all wrapped into one, and Dr. Karl Gebhardt. That was a fascinating talk, and I love Karl's enthusiasm and the way he delivers information, man. It just made me want to drop everything and get a degree in dark energy.
I was thinking the same thing. It's like, man, I kind of want to go back to college and, have this guy as a professor. I don't know if he's teaching. He's obviously doing research, but no, I've heard him speak before. And, the entire conversation, he was at his desk turning around and just drawing things on the whiteboard like that. And it was fascinating. So I'm glad everybody else had a chance to listen to him speak tonight. It was just absolutely fascinating. He's able to take a really, really complex topic, distill it and condense it down into chunks that we can understand. Lay people like you and I will. And it was fantastic. So we look forward to that. And tomorrow we have even more great speakers to join us, right?
To cap it off as a final night of the 3-night virtual Texas Star Party event, Mr. David Levy, that guy right on the cover of the book there. He literally wrote the book on being a night watchman's kind of guy. And
Absolutely.
Bill, you've read that book, and it's pretty interesting stuff, right?
It is. David's lived a really interesting life. I remember as a kid, I wanted to be a comet hunter. And of course, I idolized David Levy. So, having the opportunity to meet him in person was, again, like a kid who loves basketball meeting LeBron James. I was just starstruck. But David's a very interesting gentleman, wonderful person. And I think everybody's going to be in for a special treat tomorrow. And we also have our good friend, Stephen Hummel, who's going to be joining us as well.
The man, another man, myth, and legend, I guess.
Yes.
Throwing that monster on people, we might as well throw it on Stephen Hummel. He's a mover and shaker at the McDonald Observatory, and he's a dark sky advocate of epic proportions. And we're going to learn tomorrow why dark skies are so important. I think most of us know, but Stephen's really going to break down the minutia behind why and what's changing and what they're doing at the McDonald Observatory to help change that trend back the other way. Get rid of some of the lights and give us back the, like Stephen said, the annoyance of a dark sky and how bright the dark sky is. Yeah, so I can't wait for that, man. It's going to be so much fun. We have trivia tomorrow again.
Yes.
We have T-shirts that we're going to throw virtually out into the crowd.
Giveaways with our virtual T-shirt cannons, all of that good stuff.
Yeah.
But that was a fun time, Will. I look forward to meeting again tomorrow. We're going to get together at 6:30 Central Time. You and I will talk. And, special thanks goes out to Don Selly. You don't see him on the broadcast here, but he's behind the scenes making all the things come together that need to come together and doing a lot of work. So thanks, Don, for putting that together. And Will, any last words before we leave here today?
Well, all I can say is that it's been a pleasure to be a part of this. Joe, it's been an absolute pleasure to host this with you.
Likewise.
And to just be in the same room with, virtual room, but same room with these amazing people of astronomy. And set a reminder, folks, don't miss tomorrow night, because it's going to be the cherry on top for this little event. And I can't wait, man. It's going to be so much fun. We're going to have some good times, some laughs, and some smiles. We may even cry a little bit when David tells us some sad stories. Who knows?
You know what? I was like, where's he going with this? You're absolutely right.
It'll be a mix
maybe
of emotions, maybe. Who knows?
Yes. But at the end of the day, it'll be a fun time. Well, I look forward to doing it with you again tomorrow. And for everybody else that's watching with us, look forward to seeing you with us as well. So we'll see you then.
Yep. Bye, guys.